item T, to pull it and further discussion. And do you see the one in there for social studies? I don't see it, so I'm okay. And the doctoral? Okay. Yes, I'd like to, actually, I'd like to pull that item T and table that for further discussion. So, can we have a roll
Madam
call?
President.
Go ahead.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
item G, unique trip request, district-wide schools, gifted and talented education. I'd like to pull that for further discussion. I want some clarity on that, please.
Okay. G.
I apologize. That's a report too, is it not? Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
just for point of clarification, that is a report, so we will have time to discuss that. So we just leave it where it's at. I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, okay, we'll go ahead and is all the board members good on this?
Madam President,
You-
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
could you read, because I don't have a visual, could you read item T that you wanted to pull?
Okay, yes, I will. Item T is a RP fund for retention stipends.
Okay.
Madam President, you're asking that pulled for further discussion?
No, I want to table that to have a report and later on that item.
Okay, may I make a suggestion? So you're asking for it to be tabled at this time to be pulled off the agenda, correct?
We can discuss it and table it, but I think it needs further review, discussion, and especially if it concerns our finances.
Again, that's why I'm asking the question to make sure that we're either going to table or we're just pulling it for discussion.
Let's go ahead and table it.
Okay, so again, a point of clarity to be discussed at another board meeting.
Yes.
All right, so now you're asking for a motion.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to have item T tabled for further discussion at another meeting.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay. We got a motion and we got a second by Secretary Wells. The Vice President Haskey,
Yes.
Board Member George.
No, I don't think we should table it. I think we should go ahead and go with it, because they gave some they gave a range of numbers, but, no.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
and Board Member Montoya.
Before I answer, I'd like to certainly make comment with this tabling it, certainly to do it sooner than later. So my vote is yes. Table it.
Yes, I'm looking at next month, the next meeting.
Okay, my vote is yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, we'll go on to the next item. Which is,
Madam President,
go ahead.
just clarification, are you going to ask for, do you have the agenda approved?
Yeah, yeah. We'll do a roll call for approval of the agenda. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
No, due to the tabling of item T, or, the stipend.
Board Member Montoya,
As a point of clarification, I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda as amended before we go on to that vote, just for the record.
yes, my vote is yes to go ahead with the amended agenda. Marion,
Yes.
we're going through who's second.
I'll second it.
No, then we went on and we did the approval of the agenda, and Gary's the one that motioned. Second, yeah.
Gary made the motion and I second it.
Okay, we'll continue on. Item 2, comments from the audience.
Yes, we have comments from the audience. In order to recognize staff or community members from the audience who wish to speak to the board, we ask that you fill out this card and present to the board president prior to the start of the meeting. We have 2. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Select one person to speak from a group. The board requests your cooperation resolving issues or concerns by asking you to follow the chain of command and consult with the appropriate school district personnel prior to discussing the issue with the board. Doing so will usually result in a more timely solution. Public comments and observations regarding non-agenda items that fall within the responsibility of the board may be heard at this time. Although board members may provide a short response, the board is not able to discuss matters not listed on the agenda. Comments regarding matters under litigation will not be allowed. We are interested in your comment and concerns. Thank you. The first person we have is Ricky Billard, regarding subject to which you wish to speak, Section 125 Tax Code.
Can y'all hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank y'all for having me. My name is Ricky Ballard. I graduated from Kirtland High School in '99. I was a head football coach at Shiprock for about a 6-year run, and then moved to Texas and opened a company, and multiple companies, but I'm proud to be back and have your audience today, so thank you for having me. One of the things I'd like to talk to you about is I'm in product design in leveraging tax code, and what we do is come in and visit with major employers And by leveraging Section 125 of the tax code, we can get every one of your employees a raise. We're able to get the school district $573 per employee embedded back into the revenue of the school board, and get a standalone benefit that will indemnify your current health insurance. And the cost to the school district and to the employee is $0. This is a product that we have designed. It's reinsured by Lloyd's of London and by Locked-in. Some household names that are currently using it are Amazon, Tesla. We're discussing with Walmart, Amazon. We had a meeting with Navajo Agriculture, NTUA. This will be a future household product that will be used to be able to, and it's a way for me to come back and hopefully give back to a school district that has been so giving to me. And I would just want the opportunity to know who the audience is to share that with, and maybe get an opportunity to see if we can't infuse. If there's 1,000 employees here at CCSD, we're talking at over $600,000 in revenue generated back into the school district. And not only that, $125 raise per employee at zero cost. And so I would love the opportunity, with this being an employee-driven market and retention. We all are struggling with retention problems and hiring good people. If I could bring a strategy back to help just a little bit for retention and hiring and those processes, I'd love to have that audience. So that's what I have to offer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
And I know generally don't speak and make comments, but I just wanted to say good to see you, Coach Ballard. Thank you.
Okay, the second comment. Yeah.
Let me, for my comment, is this something you could bring back as a presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Get on there.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to take some time to spend with the board or with the executive team to share with you. Open to questions. I'd be able to bring anything that you guys would like to see. I can even bring my team in to do it. So currently, just to create some validation of what we're doing, there's about 1 million people that we're currently helping with this plan, employees across the country. We will probably have, not probably, we will exactly have over 6 million lives on the book by the end of the year, calendar year, now that we have the reinsurance in place through Lloyd's of London. So it will be a household name, but I would be happy to share any of that with anyone that would give me the audience.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, second comment is from Miss Betty O.J., Mr. Greg Bigman, and Lalaria Dixon on introduction. If you could. And Joanne Begay.
Yat board members, Christina Aspis, president, members of the board, thank you for having us. She yaperi ojen chiadot kia anin shlendo na kaidana bashes chin kintle chitni dasha chain anish ajadashanale ado Shiprock, New Mexico a ade nasha. And I'm here to introduce myself and members of the team. We call ourselves the Dina Empowerment Team. We Voices for Equity and Education. We are an organization, a community organization that's funded by the Ties Foundation under the Kellogg grant, and our main office is located in Albuquerque called One Gen. And our purpose is to bring awareness of educational disparities for parents and help our communities to be advocates for themselves, to have voices for themselves in solving problems that affect their children. And so we've already met with Superintendent Carlson and Assistant Superintendent Mr. Deswood and introduced ourselves and explained to them more in detail what our purpose is. And so I'm the managing director for the program. I have a team member of 3, so I'll have them introduce themselves.
Good evening, Yad Lynn Laria Dixon Yanisha, Ashin Ishlin, Tobaha Bashichin, Bit Ani Dashache, Totsotni Dashnella, Dolk A de Nasha, I hope I said that all right. So I'm Lynn Laria Dixon, one of the community organizers with One Gen underneath Dene Empowerment, and I'm very privileged to stand before you all and welcoming Christina to the board, along with Suzette Husky and other board members, Gary Montoya, Marion Wells, and Cheryl George, and Steve Carlson, just like Betty mentioned before, and with Pete Deswood. And just like Ricky said, I mean, I'm a former student of KCHS, but I was an 01. I was looking through the yearbook the other day, and I saw your picture as well. I was like wondering, where did Ricky go to? I wonder, but but it's always good to see familiar classmates and to come back home to Kirtland in this area. But Betty had mentioned is that we're willing to work in partnership with CCSD along with our communities along the river. So the area I'll be working closely with would be Kirtland area along with Ojo Amarillo. So I'm very privileged and I'm very excited to start on board. Yeah.
Thank you, board members, Ms. Aspis, Ms. Haskey, and the voices out there, Mr. Montoya, Wells, and Ms. George. Thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Joanne Begay. I'm Twidditch Eatney, and I'm originally from Newcomb. And I am hopefully going to be assigned out there into 5 different chapters. And as a member of this team with the One Gen program, the Dene Voices, I hope you know that we can focus on parent education and focus on community and help our parents achieve leadership so they can advocate for their children in this district. Thank you.
Thank you, President, members of the board. Greg Bigman and Chef, it's on in the Shlento Torich Eating Bashichin, it was a fun of the Shato Tabahanas Educational. I'm out from East Nelspas. I'm also a community organizer, and I know many of you guys are familiar that I am in the area. I did run for Navajo Nation president, and I'm a big supporter of education. Through my advocacy of working at advocating at the DC federal level and down at the state level, I'm glad to do it here and help support education, because this is one of the biggest inequities that our nation faces. And when you look at the statistics, we're far behind. And it was good that a lot of progress happened, because if you look at the census data for educational attainment for high school, it's almost a 10% increase. So that's very good. You know, we should all pat ourselves on the back. But that doesn't mean that the progress is and the inequities still exist. But the power of education is it's the best investment any person can make, because companies can't perform in the same way as people. You know, you look at a person like Steve Jobs, you know, or Bill Gates, or you know, the Amazon CEO. All these people, you know, created with their creativity, decided to make billions of dollars. And so that's the power of people, and it's the power of people to build communities and support our nation. So I believe in education, and I'm here to advocate for that. Thank you.
Hold on, our board members might have questions. Thank you for your report. Gosh, I wish this was in our agenda. We would be here all night. But you know, I'm really glad to hear what you know, and I'd love to hear more. But with the I think one area that in the past 2 days I was thinking about is where we fail, I think, to really communicate with our parents is legislation time. And instead we have, you know, they hear only maybe a certain part or certain whatever is important to the media or to the papers. You know, that's all you hear. but you never hear, and then it depends on one's interpretation. And so I really would like to see that in the future where, we can really inform our community and our parents. But I'll open it up to the board. Vice President Haskell.
I agree. I would like to know more. I would like to hear more. And I think that advocacy and informed parents, that's what we strive for, to improve education. And like President Aspis said, that we need to hear that voice at the legislators. But not only that, locally, I would like to empower our SPED parents too. All parents across the board, but especially the ones that have the most vulnerable students, those students that need the voice. And if there's techniques or however your organization works with parents, I would like to hear more. Thank you.
Secretary Wells.
I concur with Vice President Haskell.
Board Member George.
Thank you to the group that is here tonight for being a voice for our community and our students, especially in their equity. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Board Member Montoya.
No comment.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go on to item 3, board member report. Board Member Montoya.
At this time, I don't have anything specific other than the fact that, again, the efforts being made to try to secure an extension of time for our Filipino educators. And hopefully we'll hear something sooner than later in respects to our efforts in DC. Other than that, thank you.
Board Member George.
I have no reports. Thank you.
Secretary Wells.
I have no report.
Vice President Haskell.
I do have a report. I went to the Hill for NIEA, the National Indian Education Association Hill Week. I met with our Washington office, the Navajo Nation Washington office. I met with our legislators and advocated for impact aid, full funding for impact aid. There was supposed to be legislation dropped by Senator Lujan the Tuesday I returned. I've been ill, so I haven't really kept up with what's been happening, but that was one of the advocacy efforts that we're making to get full funding for impact aid there in regards to forward funding to continue to forward funding for JOM so that our students can get the funding on July 1st instead of being at the will of the federal government. When there's a federal closure, federal government has, they close or there's a delay, all the funding, the federal funds get delayed. So that means that the students don't get the funding right then. So if the efforts are successful, and we'll continue to work on those efforts, that we'll be able to get funding, just like the school districts get the funding on July 1st. So that was one of the efforts. It was a very good visit. We'll continue our advocacy as time goes on. So that's my report. Thank you.
Okay, my report. As Board Member Montoya had mentioned about the visa, there still works on that, and hopefully, along with what Ms. Haskey talked about with our representative, our Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office, and if you keep up with the Independent, you probably see that in there, and it's Lujan introduces bipartisan bill to boost impact aid is another bill that he's introducing, and then also the one in case of a shutdown. So there's many items and that are being looked at, and some people have questioned how that's, I thought you guys receive 100% impact aid, but there's still a disparity there, and it's still not equal. When you look at national students, say, off the reservation in, say, Alabama, and their student cap is something like close to 14,000 per student, whereas impact aid is paying our students about 3,500. So there's still that big disparity, and that's over 50 years. And so when we talk about these, the net empowerment, I it's good that a lot of things really need to be looked in, and I think it really goes back to interpretation, and where we just accept the word and not really look at the documents or the statutes or whatever, the treaty or whatever. And I really want to thank Board Member Montoya on that effort for the visa. Somewhere, somehow, I'd like to say a certain department dropped the ball, but I think we all did. And now we face losing over 20 teachers, and it's almost in the 11th hour. And so I'm really hoping and praying that, something comes of that. And that was through Ben Ray Lujan and Martin Heinrich's office. And then also there's House bills that pertain to transportation, and I hope to have that next month on how what was signed and what was passed, how that's going to affect us money-wise. And then I also want to report on, and the reason why I was saying this about these legislation and these House bills that come forth, not many of us, some of us don't even want to get involved in politics, but we just tend to just go along, but this one in particular, House Bill 134, it talked about having feminine products in boys' bathroom available for a transgender girl. And to me, my opinion was that's taboo. When you look at our culture, our traditions, I was always raised, that's something that's kept apart from the boys. And so even was told that one could, the boys could go crazy and it's probably not documented. It's probably not typed somewhere, but it's a taboo that was passed along, from my grandma, my mom, and so we there was no due diligence, and the more they talk about being sensitive to our culture and our traditions, they're passing bills like that. So that's why I say what I said earlier. I'm really glad to see that there's a group coming forth, and I hope that's one of them that you take on. So thank you.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
I just wanted to add to your comments about that impact aid and the full funding. A lot of people don't realize and understand, and you made the comment about where people will say that they thought we do get 100%. Well, we do. We get the 100% credit. We get the funding, which is all well and good. However, what people don't understand is on the technical side of it, impact aid is not fully funded and reoccurring, which means it has to be reappropriated every single year. And if there's a shutdown, well, then, of course, our kids pay the price from that. So that's why it is absolutely imperative to ensure that the federal government understands and the people in Washington understand that funding has to be reoccurring. And again, per the statutes, go directly to the LEA. So again, that portion of it, a lot of people don't, like I said, they don't get that because they don't have that information, or they just don't fully understand about impact aid. So I just wanted to make that clear that that legislation that's going through, we hope that we can get enough, and it is a bipartisan bill, supported on both sides of the aisle, which is good because education is a nonpartisan issue, and it needs to be addressed that way and hopefully supported for the funding of our kids. And a lot of it has to do, again, with the fiduciary responsibility of the federal government to Indian lands and education. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Any more board members? Anyone changed their mind?
No, I'd just like to add that really it's also a testament to all the people that are here, I mean, the parents, the community, that this is really important. Our students is really important, and it really does impact all of us because, like President Aspis said, there's a lot of bills that are being passed, and the bills that increase the student day. I mean, that got passed. There's more time in the classroom. There's things that are happening constantly, and when we're here as board members, we're looking at all those things and adjusting to all these bills that are coming down, and it's just something that we try to convey to the community. It's really hard, and so that's the reason why I think it's really good that we have these organizations that are coming in that could probably put it better in layman's terms than we can when we're talking about some of these things that are affecting our students. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to superintendent report.
Thank you, Board President Aspis, members of the board, audience. I'm very glad that Vice President Haskey said those remarks, because I'm going to start off with something that's pertinent to what her remarks just were. For this report, I'd like to let everybody know some things we're working on, but the most important one is we just this last weekend found out one of the things that Vice President was alluding to, which is the 1,140 hours that all students need to be having instruction next school year, and that's something that everybody knew was kind of coming down the pike. One of the things I wanted to address early this year, at the very beginning of the school year, was I said, listen, we don't want this calendar thing coming down to the wire. We want to be at the forefront of having a calendar committee meet as much as possible to get ready to have that school calendar in place. Our people did meet, and we began meeting in December, and they've met diligently. But what happened was the legislation was introduced with that number of hours attached, but there are some caveats, some stipulations with those hours that have to do with professional development that can be included along with those hours. So anyway, the members of that committee spent a lot of time working, and now we finally, just this last weekend, know our course of action. So the calendar committee, I want everybody to know they're going to meet one more time. The options will not be very, very different than are presented to the community because we have to get in those 1140. We feel we have a mandate from the community that they do not want to go into hours in the summer as much as possible. So we're doing our best to make sure we do what the state's asking for us, and to include those 1,140 hours. And we want to present a couple options to the entire community. Once that happens, we'd like to have those options with some results given to the board, and the board obviously can make that decision. But we'd like for that to happen in April, so that doesn't continue on late and toward the summer. So once again, it's going to go to the community, and then it's going to hopefully go before the board by this coming April. I'd also like to reiterate some of our priorities for our staff. One of those is that we do want to have, we want to do our best to retain the people we have and to recruit good people into the district. And I want people to understand something that just happened here at the board meeting. There was an item that was presented last Thursday. And that item that was presented was an item that talked about retention. And it talked also about giving bonuses to new people. And I want people to know there's a reason why it was tabled. And I'm 100% in favor of them tabling it. I'm glad it happened. And the reason is I felt that we can do better with the numbers. The numbers that were presented, I feel like are a great start, but I think we can do a better job. And so when we come to the board, again in April, the numbers that we provide the board, they're going to be higher. They're going to be better retention possibilities and better bonus possibilities. So I want people to understand that the board and I see eye to eye in terms of that. We do want our best people here because that's what's best for our kids. We want to make sure we continue to raise expectations for our students. We have a lot of work in this area, but we know how important it is for our students' future that we expect them to perform at high levels, and I'm going to keep saying that. One way we do that is we want to provide them the best of everything. The best of everything, we can give them the best people, like we just said, but also the best technology. So I want to just give a real quick update on technology. Last week, I gave an address to the community, and I talked about our progress with this new technology. This progress included updating teacher workstations, also updating all classrooms with the newest sound system and intelligent devices to go along with the Promethean boards they already have installed. During the last couple of weeks, working hard over spring break, our technology department upgraded computer labs by replacing outdated technology and installing Chrome boxes. Adobe Creative Cloud is currently being installed on all Mac Minis at our high schools. We have an amazing group of techs in our technology department. They've been working very hard to give students and teachers the best we can, so great job, technology department. We appreciate your efforts. Last thing I do want to add is I want to go back to something that's been mentioned a couple different times. We talk about the retention of good people. I want to thank the board, and I know Mr. Montoya has already been mentioned, but he really did go above and beyond, as did Ms. Aspas, as they were in Washington, D.C. to talk to our representatives and senators. So they mean business, and they want to do what's best for our kids and keep the best people that we have and bring in new people. So that's all I have for today. Thank you for allowing me to say those things. Okay.
Okay, we'll go on to reports. We'll go on to item A, update on the Nahanzad bus stop lights and SAO, KBO exterior light by Candace Thompson.
Good evening, Board President, members of the Board, Superintendent Carlson. The reports that I have tonight are update on the Nananazad bus stop lights. That information has been given to our council. She has it currently. As you know, she's been in Santa Fe working on our behalf. Now that she is done with that, she has that information and will be working on that currently to get an agreement in place with the landowner and NTUA. And then the exterior lights, we started down at SAO making repairs to lights. There'll be some additional lights done in a contract to upgrade the electrical systems that we're doing down there. So you won't see the end of that until that contract is completed. And then we're going to move up here to KBO and address all the lights here in the parking lot and in the building. So on a positive note, we have hired an electrician. He's been with us just a couple weeks. So his plate is definitely full, along with other guys helping him. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Well, the one that really concerns me is that bus stop lights.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to keep it on the agenda until it's done. And any updates or anything coming up on that, really would like to have it on the agenda so that we all know about it, because that's a safety issue.
And I believe, Board President Aspis, I believe our council is online with us tonight also. Ms. Chappelle?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely. I did speak with Mrs. Slow this today, and let her know that I will be getting with her on a descriptions that we can do a right-of-way agreement. And as Ms. Thompson indicated, I have the contact information for NTUA, and we'll be working with them as well on that. And now that session is over, I believe we can get that accomplished pretty quickly. And with that, I stand for questions.
Okay, how soon? What is quickly? Next month? 2 months?
Yes, I believe we can get the agreement done in the next month. We just need some language from NTUA on where their property, their right-of-way exists. And then we can carve out the other right-of-way from Mrs. Lowe's property.
What's that?
I'm sorry?
Oh, okay. Okay. So, the last I heard was about transformer and fixtures. What's going on with that?
Board President, can you explain on the transformer and fixtures? Are you speaking about the SOA light?
Maybe I'm confusing that with the school.
I think you are.
I think it's just the fixture, the lighting fixture.
Yes, ma'am.
So are we still, is it still on us to provide the fixture?
I believe so. Ms. Chappelle, correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yes, and my understanding is we do have, in working with the Nananazad chapter president, we do have some ideas of what they got and what they used. Is that right, Mrs. Thompson?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, so they seem pretty efficient. I think they even have solar panels attached to them, if I recall correctly. So there's no need to actually get electricity to the pole, if I recall.
That is correct. And I apologize, Board President. Mr. Begay had a loss in his family, and I really didn't contact him due to what they were having to do with his family. So I apologize on that. I didn't contact him last week. I did in a quick email or text message to him.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening, Ms. Aspis, Ms. Haskey, board members, Mr. Montoya, Mr. Wells, Ms. George, excuse me, our superintendent, Mr. Carlson, and our assistant superintendent, Mr. Deswood. Thank you for putting this on the agenda, Ms. Aspis. Last month, on February 21st, when you and Mr. Montoya were in Washington, Mr. Lowe and I appeared here at this a board meeting, and I gave a timeline of when this whole project started and up to last month. And so that on on December 15th of 2022, there was a group meeting of all the entities that were involved with this project at our farm plot or next to our farm plot. It was NTUA, InTech, APS, Candace, and another gentleman, and our chapter president, and of course Mr. Lowe and I, we were there. And then so the group spoke to each other, and then I thought there would be more of work put into this back from December when all those leaders met. But then as of last month, there wasn't really much done. And then so after that meeting, then I took it upon myself to contact Ms. Chappelle so I could talk to her, because during the meeting you had directed her to go ahead and do more, as much as she could, regarding this stoplight for the students who get on so early in the morning at 6:24. And so the next day I called Ms. Chappelle, and then she said she would be talking to NTUA once she finished with the legislation work out at Santa Fe. So after that, well, before I called her, I called our chapter president to find out exactly what our chapter would be doing to assist with this project. So Mr. Begay at that time told me that the pole had been brought from NTUA, so the light pole is there, but nothing about who was going to be purchasing the light. So, and is that going to be the district that's going to be purchasing the light?
Board President, would you like me to answer that question?
Yes. Well, actually, Ms. Thompson?
Yes, Board President, as I had just spoke a minute ago, I believe it is going to be the school district that will be purchasing this light fixture that a similar light fixture has been used at Nananazad. That's a solar light fixture that Mr. Begay gave us the specs for. So that's the light fixture that we have been looking at to purchase.
Is there any issues with that, Ms. Chappelle?
No, Board President, there are no issues with that because it's used for a public purpose, meaning it's used for the safety of our students at the bus stop.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam President, Vice President, and the school board, and that's good to hear. So I'll have another item to add on to my timeline. But thank you very much. Yeah.
Any other questions, board members?
I don't have any additional comments or questions.
Secretary Wells?
I have nothing more at this time.
Board Member George?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
No, other than just appreciate the work and effort, and I just wish that people would, those with the authority and the power to make the decisions, just really come at it from a perspective of student safety. So, thank you.
I agree. Okay, so we'll go on to item B, CCSD part-time employee resolution by Margaret Trocek.
Good evening, President Aspis, Vice President Haskey, Secretary Wells, Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Deswood. My name is Margaret Trocek. I'm the Human Resources Director. I am presenting the part-time employee resolution for 2023-2024 school year. The resolution explains itself, so if the board pleases, I will go ahead and read the resolution and then stand for questions. To provide insurance to eligible part-time employees who are on contract that work less than 20 hours per week, but not less than 15 hours per week, and to pay the employer's share of the insurance premiums. Whereas the Central Consolidated School District is requesting from the New Mexico Public Schools Insurance Authority that our school district be permitted to authorize participation in the employee lines of benefit coverages to our part-time employees who are on contract that work less than 20 hours per week, but not less than 15 hours per week. And whereas the governing board of Central Consolidated School District understands that in order for the part-time employee to be eligible to participate, an annual resolution requesting such must be adopted by the board of Central Consolidated School District and approved by the NIPSIA Board of Directors and filed annually with the NIPSIA Board. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the governing board of the Central Consolidated School District, wish to offer the school's part-time employees, as described above, the ability to participate in the NIPSIA employee benefit lines of coverage for the 2023-2024 school year. In addition, we do resolve to provide the employer's share of the insurance premiums for such eligible part-time employees. So then the school board would sign it, and the benefits area of human resources will submit that to NIPSIA. We currently have 44 employees that are in that average range of hours between 15 and 20 hours per week. 28 of those participate in our benefits. And also, this is the 13th year that the district has approved it for the employees. The positions consist of bus drivers, bus aides, and some cooks. I stand for questions.
Madam President.
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
Ms. Trocek, just as a clear understanding, the other school districts around us, are they doing the same thing?
I don't have the answer to that right now, but I could find out.
If you would, please. Thank you.
Will do.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
Ms. Trocek, did I understand you to say that this would be a continuation of what we've been doing for 13 years?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any questions, Board Member George?
Hi, yeah, the only thing that I would like to see maybe added to help special the special, oh my gosh, the department, Miss Sutherland's department. It's not SPED, it's oh, Student Support Services. Thank you, sorry. I'd like to see maybe we can get or add related services, and maybe that will help bring in, physical body to the district, and especially regarding speech therapists. Thank you.
So, Ms. Trocek, you said that this had been going on, that same coverage for over 10 plus years?
Yes, ma'am, Madam President.
Okay. I'm trying to get on board docs and I can't.
Madam President, I have one more question for Ms. Trocek.
Go ahead.
Ms. Trocek, what's the nature of the employees that put in less than 15 hours a week?
Madam President, Secretary Wells, their positions are bus drivers, bus aides, and cooks. Most of the 28 people that are participating in our dental and vision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we, Ms. Trocek, do we have any employees that are under those hours? Less than those hours, or?
Only if they're on leave for a short time or on vacation or what have you, and payroll allows us a report each pay period so that we can check on people if someone does have hours that low. I don't know of anyone right off that has less than 15 hours per week.
Okay, any more questions? Thank you, Ms. Trocek.
Thank you, Madam President and Board.
We'll go on to item C. Trio Educational Opportunity Center, San Juan College by Eugene Tuchini and Tanisha Sam.
Good morning. I'm Eugene Tuchini. I am Nakaidne. My dad's clan is Kiani. My dad's clan is Klashje. My mom's clan is Hawansana. I have a Navajo name which I don't use very often. It's Nakaitso. And my mom gave me another Navajo name, Bahujo. I was born in Shiprock, and I graduated from KCHS in 1986. I was gone for a really long time. I returned about 2 years ago. I was hired by the district to be the College and Career Readiness Coordinator at Kirtland Central High School, which means it's my job to help the students make a plan for what happens to their lives after they graduate from high school. It's been a challenging but wonderful and rewarding position. Tanisha Sam has been a wonderful partner. She is part of the EOC at San Juan College. She's been a great partner in helping us achieve our college and career readiness goals. And I'm really excited about the idea of our students going to Philadelphia to participate in a college tour.
Good evening, Madam President and fellow board members and the audience as well. So my name is Tanisha Sam, and I am the director for the TRIO Educational Opportunity Center at San Juan College. So today I'm going to be presenting just a brief kind of overview of what TRIO EOC is to give you guys a background of the services that we offer in a college setting. And then I'll do a little bit more deeper dive into the Philadelphia trip that we are offering to the to 10 of the KCHS seniors. So I apologize. It looks like my presentation is on the screen. So do I just kind of go along with just say next slide? I'm sorry.
Yes, you do.
Okay, and that's that's the beginning first slide, or shall I share my screen?
It's up to you.
Okay, it just actually it's disabled. Okay, so on the first slide that you have there, it's off, like I said, again, we're the TRIO Educational Opportunity Center. And then the second slide, that is what is TRIO EOC? So basically we are a community service program that is federally funded through the Department of Education. And we actually serve adults over the age of 18 years or older, which also includes high school seniors as well. And our overall objective and goal of the program is to get these targeted populations into college. And a part of that program, since we are federally grant funded, next slide, please. You see the one that's labeled TRIO EOC eligibility. They have to be a U.S. citizen, age 18 years or older, or high school senior. And we serve actually first generation and low income students, or income eligible participants, sorry. And they have to be a resident of the San Juan County area. Next slide, please. So along with that, basically what TRIO EOC does, the services that we offer is that we are more of a pre-access program. So with that meaning, defining pre-access is we help anyone who applies to our program with choosing a college, applying to any college of their choice. And that's really the beauty of the program. I vocally announce a lot that even though we're at San Juan College, we don't specifically recruit for SJC. We help anyone who's in our program apply to any college in the country, whether that be Fort Lewis, Dene College, or they want to go to University of Denver or somewhere else on the East Coast. We help them with breaking down the language of financial aid questions and getting that application submitted and completed, and finding alternate funding opportunities for them to go to college as well. So that's scholarships or other different types of grants that are out in the community. We do talk about career options and interests that the participant may be interested in. And that's more as like, you know, what kind of education level do I need in order to become a teacher or in order to become a doctor? or a forensic science scientist, and what are the salary of those positions. And we also do financial literacy information. So, just speaking to the general high school senior population, maybe they don't know so much of like even how to start building their credit at this time, or how to set up a banking account, and just those really basic budgeting options that they have. And then going into like, student loans, and just providing that guidance for them. And a huge component of this program is that we help students get referred and with resources if they dropped out of high school and they are seeking their GED or their high school high school equivalency. So a lot of services that we offer, like I said, it's a lot more pertaining and targeting those pre-access steps. Just because we know the complication of it. I myself, I've been through it. I'm a first generation student, in my first generation college graduate, sorry. And I actually graduated from Kirtland myself. I was a graduate in 2008. We just know, like I said, we're trying to fill that gap from students graduating from high school and making that transition into college. And so if you go to that next slide, please, you will see the TRIO EOC team there. And we are basically a 4-person crew. I have 2 fellow EOC advisors that also help out and do a lot more of the groundwork there, developing those workshops. Next slide, please. So piggybacking off of the workshops that I just mentioned, I put together a slide for you that concludes some data point in about the work that we've done at KCHS and along with those seniors. So out of that senior class right now, we have 93 of those seniors that are enrolled in a part of our program. And what we have been doing since the beginning of August is that we've held events and different workshops at KCHS. We've done financial aid workshops. Right now, we've had a total of 6 of them right now. And we kind of broke it out into 2 different categories. We do one specifically on how to guide the senior to create their FSA ID. And then we branched off and did a separate workshop to where the senior and the parent can come to KCHS and submit their FAFSA completion. So that way it's just kind of out of the way with that, the college financial aid people there as well. And we've held 7 of those senior and parent FAFSA workshops. We've done the MAPS conference, which was in the beginning of January, and we had every single high school senior apply to SJC because we also know that is a requirement for those seniors, that they have to show proof that they have been accepted into a college institution. We have given presentations at Kirtland Central High School. So we've done senior day, we've done the college fair, we've been at the Dene pageant, and we even tabled an event, we even had a table at the parent teacher conference this past fall semester. We have planned events also that we've coordinated with Mr. Tachitny as well. They will be joining us in Discovery Day being held at SJC this coming Friday. And we'll also be doing the CCSD College Fair along with this upcoming Philadelphia trip that I'll be going and talking about, and just a reoccurring of the FSA ID and then the FAFSA workshops throughout the year. Next slide, please. So again, the KCHS travel opportunity is going to be offered to 10 of KCHS seniors. And this actual trip is actually going to be at no cost through the district. The program itself will be paying for all this. And those 10 KCHS seniors that are selected out of the 93 that are a part of our program. If you go to the next slide, please. So they will have to, those that are interested in attending the trip is part of, they will have to, sorry, the one that's labeled pre-eligibility requirements, please. Thank you so much. So we are asking them that they must submit a 250 or word more essay by March 17th is that deadline that I had on there. Sorry, by March 24th, I didn't update that date there. And then they have to explain to us in that essay, like, what are their educational goals? You know, why do they want to go on the trip? And if they go on this trip, what is the benefit that they are going to get out of it pursuing their educational journey? And also in light of that, they will have to attend one of our student and parent guardian mandatory face-to-face meetings with my staff and I on March 27th and March 28th. So we're offering them 2 different days to kind of make that accommodating to the parents as well. And in that meeting, student and parent mandatory meeting, we actually go over the details of the trip. And we have permission forms that are not only signed through our travel consultant, but through SJC. And then we also talk about the other upcoming requirements that are asked of them to be completed prior to the trip. And then, of course, we leave that for a Q&A session and answer any questions that the parents or the students that they may have. Next slide. So in addition to those eligibility requirements that I was just speaking of, is that we're asking those 10 KCHS seniors to be to complete a proof of admissions, show my staff or I that they have been accepted or applied to any college at all. And then they've completed the 23-24 FAFSA application, and that they have an intention on enrolling into any college institution, whether that be 6 credit hours or more, or be full-time 12 credit hours. In light of that, they have to attend a mandatory, just the senior only, orientation at SJC, and that's just more of a to be determined date and time, and that's where we kind of conclude and go over and reiterate a lot of the information before we end up taking that trip. Next slide. So I wanted to give a very good visual of the trip itinerary. So Monday, and the dates of this trip is May 22nd through May 26th. And I know probably some heads are kind of like, oh my God, like that's the day before graduation. I know that, and I've worked with Mr. Tatitni about that, and we've talked to the administration in KCHS as, you know, letting those 10 seniors that are selected to go to this trip, they have been excused for graduation rehearsal. And so we are voicing that, and we are letting the parents and those seniors know that are interested in going, like, this is the day before graduation, please keep that in mind. So Monday, what we have in plan is they will be flying out from Albuquerque and have that connecting flight to Austin, and then they get to Philadelphia, and then they check in at the hotel. Tuesday, as you can see, the breakfast, we have a campus tour plan to visit the University of Philadelphia. They will be fed at the Reading Terminal Market for lunch. We have a Franklin Institute in the agenda, and then a photo stop at the Rocky statue and Rocky Steps. And then they will also be doing a cultural activity and attending the Phillies and Diamondbacks baseball game that will be happening. And then as you shift to the Wednesday, of course, they're being fed another campus tour that's going to be a part is visiting Temple University. And we have lunch at the Bourse. We take another cultural activity stop, and we just check out the Independent Seaport Museum. We have dinner at the Hard Rock Cafe. And then there's also more of a nighttime cultural activity that's going to take place that Wednesday evening. Thursday, again, they will be fed. We're going to do a visit to Liberty Bell, and that's actually a half a day travel day for us as well. That's when they will be leaving Philadelphia and arrive back in Albuquerque and spending the night in Albuquerque. And our tentative return time for Friday is going to be by noon. And then, so the next slide, please. So a little bit about the traveling information. Obviously, again, we voiced this, that they have to have government issued IDs. Dress code, we've made that more of a casual, like, you know, follow the rule, the same dress code that you have at school. We are asking them to bring carry-on luggage and a personal item they are more than welcome to is a backpack just to put underneath the seat in the plane. And next slide, please. In light of that, so what is also going to be is that the seniors, or sorry, the whole trip, when we check into the hotel, there will be night security. So they're called student watchers. The way these arranged rooms are working is double occupancy. So we have, for example, 2 males in one room, 2 females in the other room. So we are kind of really carefully monitoring those that want to participate in this trip to make sure that we have an even number, like so 6 females, 4 males, or vice versa. So I just wanted to go ahead and let you aware on that as well. And I will open this up to any questions.
Any questions, board members?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment.
Go ahead.
Well, actually, I guess I do have a question. What does TRIO stand for?
So TRIO does not stand for anything. We actually originated in 1964, and TRIO came out of the first 3 programs that happened. And so that's speaking of talent search, Upward Bound, and our student support services. So currently at SJC, we have 4 of those TRIO programs right now. We have our Upward Bound, who specifically works with Bloomfield High School. And then we have our student support services, who works with college students at SJC. Our student support services STEM H branch, and they also currently help our SJ students as well. And then, of course, the last one is the program that I direct, the Educational Opportunity Center.
Thank you. And my comment is I'm really grateful and thankful that these programs are available. And thank you for providing these programs, because I'm a product of Newcomb High School. I was fortunate enough to attend a lot of summer programs also, so I think it expands your world from the communities that we grow up in, and it helps elevate us. So thank you for providing these very helpful trips.
Absolutely. You should really read those pre-essays that have been submitted lately. They're so heartfelt and warming. And I do have to give a huge, huge shout out, please, to Mr. Eugene Tachitny, that without his welcome, inviting, and willingness to collaborate with us, like, I feel like this trip would have never even happened. He has just open arms, like, yes, come help me. And working with these seniors, because like I said, I come from Kirtland. I lived in Kirtland. I lived there my whole life. And I never had that guidance or that helping hand in making that transition from high school to college. And speaking of which, like, I'm actually in Washington, D.C. right now advocating for our program at the Capitol tomorrow. So like I said, it's just, there's so much out there that I really want to get back to, just my community in general. and let them know like there's so much beyond San Juan County. And with that, I will kind of leave my tangent right there.
Madam President,
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
Ms. Sam, thank you. As it's been alluded to, I mean, if there's no opportunity provided to these kids, they're never going to know. And it's through these types of programs that expand their knowledge, their mind, and lets know that there's people that care about them. So appreciate everything that you're doing, along with the gentleman there, to assist us and our students in helping them further their education. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thank you.
Madam President, a question and a comment.
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
How many participants are signed up for this at present?
So right now we have 2 participants, but during this whole week we are doing some heavy recruiting and getting and filling those 8 remaining slots.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that there was 10 available. Boy, that would really be a tremendous opportunity, and I can't imagine anyone not taking the opportunity to. Sounds very comprehensive and very beneficial. I applaud you in your work. I certainly hope you have success in filling those other 8 slots.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes, we do have, it's the cap is 10, but we currently have 2 that have fulfilled those eligibility requirements and the other additional eligibility requirements. So now we're just, Mr. Tachitney and I are literally working hard and filling those 8 remaining slots.
I hope you're successful.
I feel confident that we'll get those 10 slots filled.
That's all I have, Madam President.
Okay, Board Member George.
Just thank you for all that you have done for the students and within the district. Thank you very much for those opportunities for our students.
Okay, so Miss Sam and Mr. Tachini, you were saying that you're out in Washington advocating for this, and I'm looking at your eligibility and seeing that to be eligible you'd have to be a U.S. citizen, permanent resident. I'm just wondering how that's going to go over. And why is that an eligibility requirement, may I ask?
That's for the program itself. And that's just what was outlined within our grant, and that was agreed upon with the when it was submitted. That the eligibility, sorry. So this is just more of like federal regulations that was tied into the grant.
Well, that's interesting. That was my next question. Usually the grants come from federal. And then also the income eligibility. Can you explain a little bit more on that?
So yes, so basically, as we through the community, we have found that that we currently serve right now, majority of the population is first generation, and they are low income. So income eligibility is just defining more of how many are held in their household, and then also going off of their tax income.
Now, I'm sorry, do you mind saying that again?
So the income eligibility is defining that you are low income. So specifically, let me give you an example. For high school seniors, we have them apply to our program, and then they also have their parents sign off on their applications because they are under the age of 18. And with that application, it's verifying that they've written how many people are currently living in their household, and then they provide their tax income based off of their 1040 forms, their tax forms. And there's federal guidelines for TRIO on which criteria, the number of people in the household, and if they say there's 3 people and their tax income that they report on their 1040 form is less than 21,000, that would deem them as low income.
Okay, thank you. And I wish you well on this, and like to hear more about it after, some time has gone by, and come back and do another report if possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more comments, questions, board members? We'll continue on to the next item. D, update on bilingual program participation at all locations by Dr. Excuse me. That's not her name. Dr. Luis Lopez Martinez.
Good evening, President Aspens, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. We were asked to present this evening and give an update on the bilingual program. So I brought with me today Ms. Cheryl Benally, which oversees the Heritage Language Program, and also Dr. Berlinda Bergay, which oversees the Dual Language Program. And so they will be giving you an update on the amount of teachers that we have in each region, and just give you an update and be ready for any of your questions this evening. So Ms. Benally, could you please continue with the heritage language?
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Good evening, Madam President Aspis, Vice President Haskey, of Secretary Wells, board members Montoya and Cheryl George. My name is Cheryl Benally. I am the current bilingual coordinator for the Intercultural and Community Outreach Department. At this time, we have heritage programs. I will start with the elementary first. We have heritage programs at all of our school districts or all of our schools. And we have one heritage teacher, and some schools have 2 heritage teachers. And it all depends on the enrollment and the overflow of what our teachers can handle. So here in Kirtland, we have KES, and we have, in addition to that, we do have a Spanish bilingual program. And those programs are here in Kirtland. And so at Kirtland Elementary, we have 2 NAFO heritage teachers and 1 Spanish heritage teacher. At Mesa Elementary, we have 2 heritage teachers. One position is vacant. Nosh Chitty, we have one heritage teacher. Navajo. And then we also have Newcomb Elementary, where we have 2 heritage teachers. Nijoni, we have 2 heritage teachers. And at Oho, we have also 2 heritage teachers. Judy Nelson, who I forgot to mention, in Kirtland area, we have 2 heritage Navajo teachers and 1 Spanish bilingual program. Eva B. Stokely, we do have 1 heritage program there, and we also have a dual language program there. And I'll have Dr. Begay speak on the bilingual or the dual language program. Newcomb Middle School, we have, this is going on to secondary, we have 1 heritage teacher, and then at Newcomb Middle School, or actually it's TBA. TBA has 2 heritage teachers. And we have Kirtland Middle School, which we recently added an additional heritage Navajo teacher. So we have a total of 2 heritage Navajo teachers at KMS, and we were lucky to fill our Spanish heritage teacher. And for high school, at Shiprock High School, we do have 1 heritage high school teacher. Newcomb High School has 1 heritage teacher. Kirtland Central High School, we have 1 heritage Navajo teacher and 1 Spanish teacher. At Career Prep, we do have 1 heritage teacher. Now, over the course of the school year, we had a monthly heritage meeting, PLC, we call it. In order to help our teachers, we do pre-planning. Dr. Begay and myself and Dr. Lopez, we plan as accordingly of what our needs of what our teachers would be faced with. And as you all know, that we did have that House bill that passed last year to have our heritage teachers be identified as a level 1 teacher. Now, knowing that, we planned to assist the heritage teachers that hold a 520 license in, to guide them as far as like how the evaluation process would go. Of course, it's just all PD. We're not like, this is non-evaluative. It was just like information of what expectations of what to expect coming into the school year. And I feel that we have gone above and beyond to help and bring in consultants to help us to convey the message of how this system works. In addition to that, they are schools. They do provide a programming that helps with their program. So each school, they're required to have a 1 hour, 60 minutes of the language. And we identify if they are also, according to the bilingual counts for this school year, we have a total of 1,796 students that have been identified or that are in a heritage language class. And of those, we have, the hours that are billable. We do have assistance from our data department, our bilinguals data supervisor had provided that a total of 1,575 hours were billed. And so with that, that was according to the 120th day count. And in that, in addition to that, we brought our heritage teachers back in the last part of July for what we call a boot camp per se. So each day the teachers were presented or provided hours of professional development in that, and we also built the curriculum to revise that based upon the concept of oral language development. And so each school had their challenges. And so, for example, the block, I will commend our block schedule teachers that worked above and beyond to make a schedule work and the curriculum work in that block schedule. And so that is very hard work for our teachers to plan and prepare, and also to prepare for the objectives of what is also with the DINE content standards, and also producing the objectives just like their I can statements in their classrooms, and also providing them with supplies and materials. And this is where it's a collaborative effort, because we do work with the Johnson O'Malley program, Title III, and the Title VI, and the other grants of what we have to help our teachers to build upon their curriculum. But as you know, that their curriculum part, there's materials, so our teachers are creating the materials on their own of how it would fit to their lesson plans. And with that, that is my general share out, and I will let Dr. Berlinda Begay go next.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
She'e yapet ahnin slida tatne sahnin bashes chin kitchini dash chedo shin dashin nala. I don't hear that is not good evening, board member, president, vice president, secretary, board members, superintendent, assistant superintendent. I'm Berlinda Begay, and I'm the District Bilingual Multicultural Education Coordinator. And our dual language program is actually in its 12th year this year at Eva B. Stokely. For several years, it ran as a 50-50 model, a dual language immersion model. But 2 years ago, with the administration at that time, they changed that to a 90-10 model. And so Eva B. Stokely was the only dual language immersion program in the district until we added Nosh Chitty as a second one that started 2 years ago. And then we added another school in Newcomb, at Newcomb Elementary, and that's completing its first year this year. So all of them are doing the 90-10 model, meaning that the 90% of the day for kindergarten and first graders, they are instructed in Navajo. And as they go up in grades, the Navajo decreases and the English increases. And the purpose is for them to get some exposure to the language and comprehension as well. And so that's how the model is set up. I visit the schools on a weekly basis to provide our teachers who are currently acclimating to the 90-10 model from the 50-50 model, as it is a big change in terms of the curriculum that they are utilizing, and then trying to stay in the language. And so I've been supporting them with schedules, lesson planning. Cheryl and I provided some PD based on the needs that they have, and then the needs that they request for. And so that's currently just a general overview of the dual language program. So at Eva B, the enrollment really went down after COVID, just like with all other classrooms. However, with those grades, we had to combine them because of the low enrollment. So at Eva B, the K1 has one teacher, second, third has one teacher, and fourth, fifth has one teacher. They have combined grade levels. But at Newcomb Elementary, they just added, they just started, so it's just one teacher for the kindergarten. Next year, they'll be adding first grade. And then at Nosh Chitty, We currently don't have a teacher or any students. It has been a struggle and a challenge to get students recruited. And above all of this, it's really, really hard to find Navajo teachers, especially for dual language, because not only do they have to have regular licensure requirements, but they have to have an additional one, which is the 520 licensure. So it's even more challenging to find those qualified teachers for that. But all in all, because we lose a speaker every day, several speakers, because the language is not being taught at home anymore or being utilized and passed down. So our speakers are just dwindling every day. And that's why it's really hard to find teachers that are fluent speakers to teach in our language programs. And that's just an overview. Thank you. Yeah.
You have 1 more minute. No, just kidding. Okay.
And that's our report for this evening, and we stand for questions.
Okay, open up.
I have a question.
Vice President, go ahead.
In terms of the staffing, you mentioned the one that's at Newcomb Elementary, the 90-10. Is that the teacher that fulfills that requirement in regards to the new the immersion program for the new elementary school?
Yes, she has all the credentials to be teaching in a dual language classroom. And so the new, the first grader that will be added for next school year will need to have certification, a TESOL or bilingual endorsement, and a 520 licensure. That's the requirements for all the dual language classrooms.
And last question, do you have anybody scheduled next month for their testing, the certification, the testing at with the, I only know them as OSCAD, at Department of Education?
Yes, we have 2 potential candidates. One is from the district that's currently a teacher, and then one we have recruited. She is currently getting tutored by Mr. Donovan Russell. He did pass both secondary and elementary assessments, and so he provides tutoring for potential candidates. But we have 2 that are scheduled to take that assessment.
Great, thank you.
The great thing about that is also Dr. Berlinda Begay also has a one-to-one communication to help us set up those arrangements for our teachers, the potential teachers who are seeking their 520 license, to get them scheduled for their assessment. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Secretary Wells, any comments, questions?
I have no comment. Thank you.
Board Member George, any comments, questions?
I have no comments or questions. Thank you.
Board Member Montoya, any comments or questions?
Yes, ma'am. What is the student-teacher ratio in these classes?
In the dual language classrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, currently, as Dr. Begay had mentioned, we do have our grade levels combined. So currently at Eagle Beach Stokely, our kindergarten and first grade, we are at 8 students. Our second and third is 6, and our fourth through fifth is 4. However, we are doing a lot of recruitment. We are getting together with Mr. Noble, and we are trying to recruit and send recruitment advertisement for the Navajo Times. We are going to be putting out some flyers and cards out to the different chapters, and also seeing about some of the students that have possibly gone to the Gallup district and trying to recruit those students, and working with the building principals, with Miss Lee and Mr. Gleason, to try to do a little bit more recruitment. And I know that Ms. Benally and Dr. Begay have also gone in and met with parents at Eva B. Stokely to explain the program and trying to get more students into the dual language program. Newcomb Elementary, right now, the kindergarten program at Newcomb has 9 students.
In
Dr.
addition
Begay?
to that, we are looking at targeting the pre-K programs, and as well as another idea is to collaborate with our local Navajo Nation Head Start programs. Thank you.
Okay, so the question is on the 90-10, at this point, we're half a year into it. How is the progress in language acquisition at this time?
That would be Dr. Begay.
Oh, okay. Yes, Board Member Montoya. This is just the second year with the 90-10 model. I would like to say that, to be honest, at this time, when this was being considered with the 90-10, I don't really think there was a lot of input, because when we actually started the model, there were so many challenges that came up, and we had to try to address, for example, like the scheduling, the percentages of trying to figure out how that was going to work, if we're going to use specials time and all of that, and then trying to get to use our pacing guides. We did already get all those situated this summer before they started, and we were ready for it, but it was just really different when they actually started. So the whole year last year was really just getting used to it, and just doing a lot of trial and error. And so for last summer, we started preparing for this year. So it went a little bit smoother. However, there's still a lot more challenges. And I mean, this is just its second year, so you have to expect that. This is a huge change from a 50-50 model to a 90-10. But the teachers are really great in adapting and ensuring that the kids are receiving what credit to the teachers, and really sticking in there with the model, even though it can be very frustrating, but it's they're doing it, and it's just going to take some time. The other challenge is to remember that it may seem like we have a low enrollment, but with the 90-10 model, we have to remember that we can't admit any more students by second grade because of the scaffolding process and methodology that a 90-10 model has. So at this point, our recruiting efforts are really for K through second grade. I know we've had parents who have asked to put them in like at third, fourth, fifth grade, but it kind of defeats that scaffolding process of a 90-10 model. So if they had prior or previous Navajo language, we usually provide them a placement test to see if they're ready to be in there. But that's the other challenge, and it seems like the numbers may be low from third through fifth grade, but it's because of that, and we just need to understand that that's just how it's going to be till these current third graders finish out as fifth graders. But our concentration really is going to be at K through second as we build up these numbers, and the numbers will continue to grow into third, fourth, and fifth. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And you kind of answered one of my questions as far as the ability for a child to actually test into the program at the different grade levels, especially if they are coming in as fluent speakers, to be able to address that. And is that correct to say that that is an option?
If we're blessed to have fluent speakers, yes, but at this time, we don't have them. So it's really best to start promoting at the K1 level and start them up from there so they can have that foundation established for the upcoming grade levels.
Okay, the other question I have is what kind of parent participation do we have in that lower grades at the initial 90-10 induction?
So at the beginning of this program, we had to provide orientation for all parents to have them understand how this new model would work. And these parents are really awesome too. They're very, very supportive of their children and the fact that they are getting an awareness of their child's heritage language and a cultural identity that's being established. Because in reality, the school is really the next best place to have that because the home is no longer where it's being taught. So we try to do our best to do that. But in that, the parents are really supportive. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we went to the bilingual day at Santa Fe, and Eva B. Stokely students were personally invited to perform over there. And all the parents of the students followed their children up there when they performed. And they were also acknowledged when they were invited to be recognized on the House floor and then with Senator Pinto as well. Thank you.
I appreciate that because obviously the support that they get at the home is going to be very instrumental in the acquisition, especially over time. My question, I guess, would be towards the superintendent or maybe even Dr. Martinez in respects to, can we offer any type of induction for the parents as well if they were wanting and willing to learn in addition to what their students are learning?
Well, certainly we could sit down, Dr. Begay, and we could sit down together and discuss that and see what we could offer. We're always willing and wanting parents to participate and join us in what's being taught. We could certainly come up with some kind of strategies and see how we could make that happen. And I'm sure that the district would be in support that because the more we educate our parents, the better our programs are going to be. So definitely we could sit down and discuss that.
Okay, because I appreciate that because I think it certainly needs to be a consideration because when you look at the overall intent and purpose, again, of revitalization, I know at the beginning of the year, President Biden signed the Native American Resource Center Act, and that allows for revitalization and preserving of indigenous knowledge and traditions. And so they offer grants, again, through the federal government to be able to do that. And again, that was just basically initiated at the beginning of the year in Oklahoma. That's being utilized in their programs as well. So hopefully that can be a consideration here to do that because we can expand that out to the parents.
Yes, and I think as Ms. Benally mentioned in the chat that Ms. Lee and Mr. Gleason, we're very fortunate to have them as administrators in the building as they're advocating for our programs and also communicating with the parents of the students that attend their schools.
I appreciate that too, because the more involvement we have with the parents, again, the more it solidifies the acquisition of the language. And so that means that, again, everybody that's involved in that has to take part, acknowledge to strengthen the language acquisition of the Navajo language. So I appreciate it. Yeah, and again, my concern, you said that I believe that they had stated that there's no participation down south. One of the last questions I have is, are there any of the other schools around us, whether that's BIE, BIA, federal grant schools, offering anything similar?
Board Member Montoya, under Doty, they do have a immersion grant. And so the BIE schools and some grant schools do have a program. It's supposedly called an immersion program, but it's only for an hour, and that's really not an immersion program. But they do have that to work with, but I don't know how many of the schools implement that.
I'm looking at that from a business standpoint of increasing the numbers, and obviously if we can have something that's developed better, implemented better, and truly provides a greater opportunity for acquisition, especially in that time period from either kindergarten, first grade up to fifth, and their true immersion programs, well, then hopefully that can help to attract more students and families into our schools to do the same. So with that, I have nothing further, and I appreciate the opportunity to get more information. So thank you.
Okay, I have a question for Miss Dr. Begay. And you mentioned something about a speaker, and that there's few of them. Can you explain that? What do you mean by speaker?
So what I was alluding to was the fact that the language is really supposed to come from the home, but today that's not happening in our homes anymore, and that's the same with our cultural knowledge being passed on down to our children and grandchildren. And so that's where the number of speakers is declining, because that process, the acquisition, the natural acquisition, first language acquisition is no longer happening. And so because of that, more and more students are coming into the schools with English as their first language. And that's what I was referring to.
Okay, I guess when you use the term speaker, I was thinking, somebody that presents at school, or other than the home. That's what my thoughts were. I did have another question, and that was as far as you were saying, the participation of the parents was really was good, and I'm really glad to hear that, because I think some of the board, we had a person that thought that bilingual should be taught at home and not in the school. And but more and more, it looks like that's not possible anymore. And so when you mention speakers, you know, I'm looking at, has there been times or ways, different methods to show our students, you know, the how valuable it is, or what it would be like to have two languages, other than just teaching. I mean, we have people that are announcing basketball games in Navajo. Have we sought out those like L.A. Williams and others, you know, to show our students this is how, you know, the language could be used? Or we had the little girl at the basketball game where she used a puppet and also spoke Navajo at her clan. And, you know, I just think, you know, that would be a way to excite our students. But other than that, I think everything you're doing, from 50-50 now to 90-10, something must be going well. Thank you. Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
I'm really thankful for the effort and the I guess commitment to for this program, for the immersion program, because when I went for my undergraduate, Navajo language was my foreign language. So I think it is beneficial for our students to learn Navajo, because that was at ASU, and I'm sure that there's other universities in the area that also give credit for Navajo language too, not just because it's a college credit, but I think it's a really important to pass down our stories too from our elders, the storytellers, and the Hatkalis and everybody. So I think I really commend you for doing this, and I'm very thankful that you're continuing the commitment to put in an immersion program and everything. So thank you for all of that.
I have a question by a audience member, community member, and we'll give some time. Just make sure that green light's on when you're talking. You might have to push it again because it kind of times out.
Thank you, Madam President, Vice President, Board, Mr. Wells, Secretary, Mr. Montoya, Board Member, Ms. George, Board Member, under the Superintendent and the Assistant Superintendent. I'm Carmelita Lowe. It's great to hear this type of report in 2023. Back in, I'll just give a brief history of our program here, our Navajo language program. I'm a former teacher here with a district, and in the summer of 2010, Rosen Begay and her sister applied for a grant from Santa Fe, and we were awarded $50,000. So during that summer, we had a Navajo language program down at EBS, and the plan was for that fall, Mrs. Lucy Charlie who is going to be our first immersion, Navajo language immersion teacher down there at Eva B that fall, so that we use that summer to work as much as we could with her to build a curriculum for her to begin. So that fall of 2010 at EBS was the first Navajo language immersion school that started, and then so throughout the years, it's gone on. And of course, it's had its ups and downs, but to this day, we have a dual language program within the district, and we have Navajo language classes at all the schools. And other than when Dr. Begay, Berlinda Begay Chanela, came to the district, then she was one of the dual language teachers down at Eva B, and I see that she's been the root person for all of this. And then to think back on how much work that Mrs. Charlie had, and then what we did to help her, and then up to this point that Dr. Begay goes to help the dual language teachers teacher down at Newcomb and Nosh Chitty, and then also within the district too. So I'm just thankful to hear all of this progress that's going on. Be atanot edo au be yadal do ben hit so doesn't do ben hit ben sita keso au yad eho nihizat nasi gato let, that we want our language to continue and to go forth through all of this good times, rough times, and where all of you are helping each other, and that we're all helping each other as grandparents and parents, that we want our language to continue. Nasi gato let be nadanit edo. So ayat e ba so thank you very much for allowing me to express my thankfulness for all of this one that has happened and will continue to go on. So ahwan sodo leha.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowe. Okay, any more comments from the board?
Madam President?
Okay, go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
A question, then a comment. Question first. In regards to the shortage of Navajo language speakers, Diné speakers, how closely are we working with the institutions of higher learning around us to try to recruit sooner than later into the district those that are qualified and certified to be able to do that, whether that's Navajo Technical University or UNM or ASU or any of them? How aggressive are we with those programs? That's the first question.
Mr. Montoya, we do work with the Diné College, and Mr. Deswood also is very familiar with that program there. We are also working with Ms. Tanya Amrine into the other colleges to recruit teachers with that, and even some of the Grow Your Own. I know that Dr. Begay has also, with the people that she knows, has also been reaching out into bilingual dual certified teachers in coming in from Arizona. So we do try to make all those connections. Also with Ms. Dr. Harvey, that also works at the Diné College. So we're constantly trying to make partnerships and also looking out at those colleges as how we can recruit and try to keep on top of that.
I appreciate that, because I know in the past I've been kind of chived for looking at it from a business perspective, but if we're truly trying to develop these programs then that's one way we need to look at it, because whatever we can do in respects to making it more attractive for them to come here first and to establish their roots and work with our students, then the better off we will be with our programs, and more importantly, developing the nest speakers here in this part of the reservation. So I hope again that we are assertive in trying to get them as soon as we can into our district. So that was my question. So I appreciate that, and knowing that it takes a team effort. Everybody involved, whether it's HR, through the building principals, to help recruit, the educator themselves, the families, and the students for taking that opportunity to want to learn. And that leads me into my comment. And to me, it's very personal. Again, people know that I'm a very ardent supporter of the program, because I had my language taken from me when I was a little boy. So it's very important for me for these kids to learn this. And two, and I know to the comment that was being made, it should be taught at home. Well, quite frankly, I'm of the opinion, and this is just my opinion, that I asked people, what was the language taken from? It was in the classroom, or it was taken away from these kids. So in my humble opinion, that's where it needs to be regrown, right back in that classroom. So whatever I can do to help to ensure the validity of these programs, the growth of these programs, that's what I'm going to do. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'd like to just make one additional comment, if I may. I would just like to share that that we do work as a team, and we're very fortunate that we have people in our department that come with a lot of different strengths and a lot of different knowledge, and we're able to collaborate and to put that knowledge and resources, and we can help each other. And also very fortunate to have also people in the HR department and the assistant superintendent, every department that we have reached out to or even tried to bridge into those departments, that everyone brings a different strength and different knowledge, so that we can try to bring in the teachers that we need and bring in the resources, or direct us to where we can find those resources. And so we're very fortunate that we can do that. And I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Any more questions, comments from the board? Okay. We'll continue on to, thank you, Dr. Lopez, for your report. And we'll continue to item E, second reading of Title 9, and is that 9? And prohibition of all forms of unlawful discrimination by Michael Switch.
Testing. Good evening. Good evening, President. Good evening, board members, superintendent, assistant superintendent. My name is Michael Switch. I serve as the district's athletic coordinator and Title IX coordinator. Our Title IX team has been working diligently to get the Title IX policy and procedures in place. We have submitted the policy, Title IX, and prohibition of all forms of unlawful discrimination to the board for the first read on February on February 21st of 2023. And additionally, we have drafted standard operating procedures as a companion to this policy. We are here tonight for a second reading of this policy. My understanding is that the board has not required any edits to the policy to date. I now stand for questions from the board. Alternatively, and in the interest of time, we ask that the board take up a vote and approve this policy during tonight's meeting. Thank you for your support. This is the second reading. Deputy Chief Mr. Deswood read it the first time in my absence.
The Assistant Superintendent?
Excuse me?
The Assistant Superintendent read it the first time?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just saying that for record. Okay, and so you have in here on insert policy number. How did this come about?
We as a Title IX team drafted this. Since this is new to the agenda, we do not have a policy number. We as a team came up with this draft to present it to the board. Excuse me for not speaking into the mic, but we came up as a team to draft this to present to the board. Okay,
From before you, how did this come about, or why was this created or mandated? I need the backstory.
This is a policy that is required, and it's something that we've been lacking in our district, and so we're needing to play catch-up, so it's been a priority. We've had a team working on it with Mr. Switch, including one of our district lawyers that works with a lot of special ed issues, and specifically Title IX issues. So it's something that we need to have in place. Without this policy in place, we're subject to, let's just say, some scrutiny and beyond. So, there's no policy number currently, because if it's adopted by the board at that point in time, it will be assigned one.
Okay, the reason why I'm going through this is because usually our policy consists of what's coming from New Mexico School Board Association and John Kennedy. And so that's why I asked about the policy number and how when he recommends something that comes through to them, then that's passed down to the districts in New Mexico. So, and I was just wanting, for record, how did this come about? How did we get here? And so I was reading through it, and the language, and I didn't see anything. I believe when we went to the last conference, national conference, that was an issue. One of the breakout sessions was talking about Title IX and talking about transgender. And so, when I went through these 4 pages and was looking at that, I didn't see anything on specifically other than, your sexual orientation or gender identity. So more and more it's coming about, and I guess in line with our other policies, would it be good to, I don't know who else you have collaborated with. Maybe that needs to be with New Mexico School Board Association, John Kennedy.
Board President, may I answer part of this question? So this Title IX and prohibition of all forms of unlawful discrimination is pursuant to Board Policy G-0200 and G-0750. This is all based on discrimination, and this is embedded within the current school board policy. So we, yes, it's G-0200 and G-0750. So like Mr. Switch stated, we've created, actually, we took the ITICSA, which ITICSA stands for. So ITICSA is the national governing body for Title IX. So pursuant to the standard operating procedures that Mr. Switch was talking about, that was what we instilled with a district lawyer. So this policy that you see here is in response to those two board policies that are already in place. And Mr. Switch didn't mention that we're actually one of the leaders in the region that have such a formal policy in place right now.
Okay, so you're saying with G0200, right? And that's equal in our policies. It's equal employment opportunity, and all the way to 0700.
0750, yeah.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Vice President.
So is this policy or this policy that you're reading, referring to, is that like an appendix that's going to go to accompany what's already in there in terms of it's just covering this area? I mean, is that what I'm understanding?
From what I understand, it should be, the policy will be embedded into the school district policy, and that would be what we would be following. Like Mr. Switch said, instead of it being standard operating procedures, this will be adopted as part of the district policy so whenever people see the policy and how they're supposed to follow, because it's a very formal process that is set up, but it's just communicating to the public and to our students, staff, that this is the process that the district follows if there is a Title IX concern. So that is what is embedded in this policy that is being considered for adoption.
Question?
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
An assumption, this is federal law, correct?
That is correct.
I just want to make that clear that we're following the federal law, and that's why it needs to be adjusted and changed. Thank you. The reason I state that is because no one said it was following federal law. That's why.
We can do it, yeah.
Yeah, is it possible for me to make a quick comment? This is Laura Castile, and the team asked me to help with this. Would that be okay?
Sure, go ahead.
So I wanted to just make sure everyone understood that the Title IX regulations underwent significant changes in May of 2020, that were to be implemented in August 14th of 2020. So looking, and I understood were SBA policies, but I don't know if the policy hasn't been updated formally by the board, because it doesn't appear that the policy got updated, at least what's on the website. And so as a result of that, the current policy is not compliant with the federal Title IX regulations. In addition to that, the team has been working on creating standard operating procedures for handling complaints under Title IX. So complaints of sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, and developing a complaint process, intake process, and then investigation process for those complaints. So, that's part of where all this came from, is that they're getting the complaints, but they didn't have the procedural piece and the policy to fall back on. So, that's kind of the impetus for this, was to get it done so that the district would be compliant, but also so that the team who's working on handling these complaints, in addition to your school administrators, your teachers, your students, parents, everyone can be informed and trained on how to file a complaint under Title IX. And there is an annual notice requirement under federal law too. And so this team has been doing some training on Title IX processes and investigations, because it is kind of a discrete area of law and it's very procedurally heavy. And they're doing a really great job. Just to commend the team that's been working on this. And you have from the district who got trained to be investigators under Title IX. Some folks have really taken a lot of initiative to get trained and to take on that responsibility. So, that's kind of where this came from, is really a need, as was mentioned before, to sort of play catch up.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Castile. And for me, I just wanted that backstory, and I think things such as this in the policy, what we're familiar with is, our board policy manual, and so that's what I refer to. But now we have this, and it being a federal regulation, which I kind of look at it as along with whistleblower. So with whistleblower, signage is put up. Well, for compliance, we need to put signage up on what to do also.
Board President, thank you for the question. Actually, we have already started that process. If you go to the district's website, it is spelled out clearly who the Title IX coordinator is and who will fill those complaints. And also, just to add a little bit more to Ms. Castile's comment, she is correct. Our policy has not been updated since 2018. So to be in line with federal regulations and federal laws, this is definitely something we need to do.
And I think that the regulation requires the annual notice, and so generally school districts post that in their student handbooks, their employee handbooks, notices home to parents, those kinds of things at the beginning of the year. Registration paperwork, however you want to handle that. And then, as was mentioned, it also needs to be on your website, which it is, and some other, requirements for access to the information that are going to be posted on your website as well, including the names and the training of those individuals who are going to be handling Title IX matters. So that's something that's required under the regulation, and the team's working on, getting the website updated with all of that information as well. So I think for the investigators and the Title IX coordinators and decision makers, the most important piece of the policy comes with those standard operating procedures that they've really been working on and tweaking so that those procedures, everyone's going to get really, really good at following those procedures. So I really can't compliment the team enough. They've just done a really great job. And in fact, other surrounding districts are looking at you all to say, hey, look what they're doing. We need to get on board, and have been really sort of leaning on folks in your district to learn more about what everyone's doing in Central Consolidated regarding just getting up to speed and compliant in the Title IX realm. So great job, everyone.
Okay, and my next question is the placement of this policy. Do we wipe clean the 0200, or do we add to it?
No, so it came about because of those two policies that I mentioned earlier. So I think it should receive a new policy number. If it is approved, then at that point, I guess we would get with Sharon to see what the new, that's why it says insert policy number if it is approved.
So, I mean, well, looking at that policy, it seems like the heading, the titles on them are mostly staff, relating to staff, but in this new, it looks like it's overall everybody. So how, did you get any recommendations on where to put this policy?
Ms. Castile, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The policy is applicable to everyone in the district, including members of the board. So I don't think it squarely fits just in the personnel area of the board manual. So, probably fits more appropriately under even Section A or Section C, because it does relate to everyone.
Okay, and then also, is the adoption or gonna reflect on the bottom as well, today's date, the year date?
That's correct. It should show on there when it was adopted on the bottom of the title.
And Ms. Castile, another question. Now that we see this policy, read this policy, and I don't know if you heard our other presentation about TRIO educational opportunity. I don't know if you were listening to that.
Yes, ma'am, I did. Mm-hmm.
And I questioned about the U.S. citizenship. And in your first paragraph, or item A of this new one, should we be accepting that eligibility?
Well, so, this is specifically incorporating the requirements of Title IX federal law into your school district policy, and Title IX applies to all persons in the United States. And so there's no there's no carve out for any sort of, nationality. And in fact, in Part A here, it specifically talks about, no discrimination on the basis of, disability. Gender identity, as you mentioned before, is part of it. And gender identity also falls within sexual and gender-based discrimination that is prohibited under Title IX, as well as sexual orientation. So I don't think you need to add anything. I think that all of that is well covered within the umbrella of Title IX.
Well, I guess I'm not explaining or this right, but the TRIO presentation is their eligibility requirement. They're looking at U.S. citizenship and as an eligibility requirement. And on this item A, as far as discrimination are, the forms of it is, one of them is national origin. So would we be violating that and accepting the what TRIO presented and what they're offering?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely understand what you're saying and your concern. It's certainly, legitimate concern. It's not the TRIO program and their parameters, which really are about their grant monies. They don't conflict with this policy. And I think there was a carve out, if I heard right, that you didn't have to be a United States citizen. There were some other things, but there was a citizenship requirement. But I understand your concern. I don't think that because their grant requires that as an eligibility requirement, that you're going to run afoul of your policy or Title IX if you allow students to participate in that or allow TRIO to operate on your campus. But I understand your concern, and I think you were right to bring that up. I know that many times the grant monies have those parameters on them sometimes. So it's not.
Ms. Castillo, you broke up the last part.
Oh, sorry. I don't think it's inconsistent with the TRIO policy because the TRIO policy is offering a separate program, consistent grant. It's not a district program, although our expectation would be that, certainly anyone who's operating within the district, including vendors and anyone else, must follow Title IX and must adhere to Title IX. But I don't think participation in the TRIO program or allowing students to participate in the TRIO program in any way conflicts with this policy, because that's not a district program. You're just allowing it to operate within the district.
Board President, do you mind if I weigh in a bit on that last back and forth?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Chappelle.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. And I would just like to note that under A of the proposed policy, it does include the description national origin, which is a broad enough category to also include, Board President, what you're bringing up regarding TRIO. So I do think that this policy language would incorporate protections for that program.
Okay, I'm always looking at these things as, as far as litigation and and it's kind of difficult to to not say anything. But I guess then it would make them more mindful, you know, when such on how they write or what language they use in these policies, because you know, such as the trio presentation. You know, the only one that suffers is the student.
And just to elaborate further on your point, Madam President, and Ms. Castillo's point, the language that they're using in this policy comes out of the federal law and regulations, so we probably don't want to monkey with it too much. And I would note that if there was a circumstance or a complaint of discrimination based on citizenship, I do believe that the argument would be made that would apply under national origin. So I do believe that if there was a complaint regarding that, they could file under Title IX.
Okay,
They wouldn't be prohibited from availing themselves of this policy, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, because former board member, Mr. Randy Manning, I remember him saying this, that U.S. citizenship was not a criteria for needed to be a student at CCSD because of state statutes. And yet we're bringing in a group and offering, and they're using that as eligibility. I mean, we need to start paying attention to those languages, and because we're putting ourselves, you know, to and we don't intend, you know, it's not intentional, but you know, but it's up to us to look at those languages and read them accordingly.
Right, and I think what I'm hearing you say is a couple of things. One, is this policy broad enough to protect students that potentially fall under the TRIO program, and two, to take a closer look at the TRIO program and where we stand with that as a state. So I think what I'm hearing is a couple really good points from you on that topic. And Ms. Castillo, I just want to go back to you. Are you okay with the conversation we just had in terms of the language in Title IX extending to protect those students that potentially fall under the TRIO program?
Well, so just to be clear, the policy here states all of the state and federal protected classes. So the protected classes that you see in paragraph A here are those protected classes under the New Mexico Human Rights Act, and also they're protected at the federal level as well. Title IX is a federal law that has specific requirements on educational programs that receive federal funding. And that is specific to discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. So, you know, the policy includes this non-discrimination statement, which is required under Title IX and federal law for the district to publish, but the policy itself is very specific to discrimination, sex and gender-based discrimination. So I think the answer is yes, anyone who is participating in an educational program that is offered by Central Consolidated, which TRIO is not. It's not an offering of Central Consolidated. It's being offered to students at Central Consolidated. But certainly if students participating in a TRIO program felt discriminated against, they could file a complaint either with, CCSD, or they could file a complaint with San Juan College, because San Juan College also has to follow Title IX regulations and federal anti-discrimination law, as well as state anti-discrimination law. So, I mean, I think the simple answer is yes. I think that all of this is covered within this, very broad non-discrimination policy that's consistent with both state and federal law. But Title IX and the policy here itself is really designed to be consistent with the 2020 regulation changes to Title IX as federal law. And so that's the piece where the board policy was lacking, is really having offices that are in the policy are required by federal law since the 2020 regulation changes. So that may have been a long-winded answer. I don't know. President Asmus, does that help you? Am I making sense? I understand your concern about the TRIO program. Keep in mind that TRIO's not being offered by the district, but any student participating in that TRIO program is covered against discrimination by this policy and through the district, as well as San Juan College.
Well, I would say that we are liable because we accepted TRIO's criteria for eligibility. And so the board, now we know what Title IX says, and yet we approve TRIO's criteria for eligibility. So that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a fine point, but I just, I didn't hear you actually approve their criteria. I heard you listen to their presentation and accept it as an offering to students. And I still will say and reiterate that if a student who wants to participate in the TRIO program, this trip to Philadelphia, but cannot due to that requirement, they should file a complaint with the district and challenge it, or file a complaint with San Juan College and challenge it. So, I think your concern is well taken, but I don't think that the board took any action to actually approve that criteria. Not that I heard.
Go ahead,
Madam
Board
President.
Member Montoya.
I'm looking here at this, says TRIO EOC eligibility, U.S. citizen, comma, permanent resident, comma, or eligible non-citizen, which to me is pretty broad and covers what your question is and concern, in my humble opinion.
Okay, thank you. And another question, is there a definition on serious medical condition?
Not within the policy, but there is I think both through the New Mexico Human Rights Act and at the federal level, of serious medical condition. It's the same definition that falls under the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and how serious medical condition is defined for qualification for accommodations under either of those laws.
So should there be a parentheses or something to say that's where it's referenced from?
I mean, that would be at the discretion of the board. All of these protected classes are defined in both federal and state law. So I don't necessarily think that the board needs to, have a definition, but we could have a reference to those particular laws, certainly at the end of the policy, if you would like that. I can make a note and add those references.
Yes, I would prefer that, because again, it's up to anyone's interpretation.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
under the consideration and the questions, I think certainly visiting with the Policy Institute for the New Mexico School Board Association, Mr. Kennedy, get clear language on it, and then forward that to the board lawyer to look at it, make sure the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. That way it's clean. Thank you.
And to that point, the NMSBA did put out a revised Title IX policy when the new regs took effect, but it doesn't appear that CCSD adopted that policy, which is, part of the reason that this was brought forward.
That's why I said earlier that usually policies are passed down from New Mexico School Board Association through John. Well, now the person there is John Kennedy, and and then we as a district take that policy.
Right, exactly. So, and that would have been 3 years ago. So it's not clear to me, what happened with that.
So I would like the team to look at and see if that everything is addressed compared to what New Mexico School Board Association, what their policy has, and then bring it back if that's possible, because I really would like to see what they, that serious medical condition that would be a reference to what Ms. Castile had stated. Any questions, comments from any of the other board members?
I have no questions or comments.
I don't have any additional comments or questions either.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
Again, as a recommendation, just going back to the Mr. Kennedy and the suggestions and considerations that they pose to the school districts across the state of New Mexico. Obviously, they utilization of the template that they have and suggest for all school boards. And again, obviously, this is federal law, as I stated to begin with. We're dotting our I's, crossing our T's to ensure that we're following federal law. We do not, as a board, supplant the federal government nor the state. So in this context of what it is we're looking at, going back certainly to the source and what they express as to be viable and usable and certainly protective of the school districts and the students and everybody involved within that title line. So just a suggestion. Thank you.
Board Member George, any comments, questions?
No, I have no questions. I just concur with what Mr. Montoya has stated, and that federal law is federal law, and that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll collaborate with New Mexico School Board and then bring it back for third reading. And I believe too, you probably would collaborate with our board attorney also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Go ahead.
Certainly not adverse to having a second set of eyes looking at it, but again, the suggestion is my consideration to, we're going to take it back to Mr. Kennedy and then forward that to Mr. Powell, let her look at it, make sure we're good to go. And if the board feels inclined to have a third party look at it, well, then that would be fine too. But certainly, again, we cannot preclude federal statute. And that's important because, again, if people are aware or have been made aware of a case that went in front of the Supreme Court just recently in regards to IDEA and a violation of students' rights and the ability of that student to be able to sue the school district. So, again, federal law is federal law, and we need to make sure we're following it. So that's really what the point is to try to protect the rights of the students and the school district as well, to ensure that we're providing those services and the protections as it's stated by the law. Thank you.
Okay. And I don't think anybody is trying to get away from federal law. I think the questions asked were more because of past policies that were passed down and what that flow looked like, and meaning from New Mexico School Board Association, and that John Kennedy usually overlooks these policies. So I think that's the main question, is to make sure that we covered everything, and to see what theirs looks like. Doesn't mean that what the district did on their own is wrong. It's just there's just make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, because this is federal law. So thank you, and then I would like to hear a third reading, the final. Okay, thank you. So our next item is item F, student count for 480. Student count for 40-80-120 days by Leandro Venturina.
Good evening, Board President Aspas, Vice President Haskey, Secretary Wells, Board Member George, and Montoya, Superintendent Carlson, and Assistant Superintendent Deswood, and community members. Just a little bit of kind of like a historical background on student count. So there are 4 snapshots that our state or the New Mexico Public Education collect data from school districts, local education agencies. We call them 40th day, 80th day, 120th day, and the EOY, which is the end of year reporting. So, so I was asked and tasked to give you an update of the numbers that we have so far for Central Consolidated School District. On the 40th day, we have counted 5,041 students. That's from pre-kindergarten to 12th graders. 80th day is 5,014, and currently the latest one is 4,965. We see some decline, and it's obvious that there are, kids that leave our district, drop and go somewhere else. We had a report last January from our principals that some of our high schools had early graduates, so that's also counted towards the ones that are that left our district. I also included the number of ELs and special education students here. So EL comprised of 36% of our student population, and SPED is about 16% of our total population, ranging from pre-K to 12th grades. That's what my report for tonight. I will stand for questions from the board.
Board members, any comments, questions?
I have no questions.
Question.
Okay, Board Member Montoya.
The submittal of these counts, they're all dictated by the state, correct?
Yes, sir. It's one of the New Mexico Administrative Code and statute that we follow. Usually the 40th day count is on October, 80th is in December, and 120th is on February. There's a statutory requirement for all LEAs to report those data.
And we were punctual in delivering that information?
Yes, sir. In my 6th year in the data department, I can proudly say that we have complied and had successfully validated our data on time. There are a couple of snapshots that I can remember that we needed extended submissions, just like for the 80th day where our district was closed during the winter break for Christmas, and and I think most districts had asked for an extension from that year. And if I remember it right, it's December of 2019. But so far we have complied for all the snapshots and completed the validation for our data.
Okay, the other question I have is in respects to, obviously, if you do the basic math of the slight reduction, again, just it's not particularly to you, but obviously being a little bit more assertive in providing the education and what we're looking at with the teachers, the improvement of the pay and the services to the families. I just think that's really important to be able to provide that quality education, which
yes, sir. And I would just
is very important. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just wanted to add that there are about I think 25 bureaus that work for that are working for validating the data throughout the school district. That means that they're really scrutinizing the data that we sent in a timely fashion and accuracy as well. So we have a very stringent and I would say strict validation process that went through the PED department through our STARS reporting. There might be some changes in the near future, but it's on the way for improvement of submitting data.
Absolutely. Again, anything we can do to try to recapture some of those numbers and start to push that overall attendance back up again, past 5,000 would be really good. So again, that's consideration obviously for the superintendent and the board to be able to provide a good quality education to our community and our students. So thank you.
Absolutely, sir.
I have a question. So that 4,965 is the 120?
Yes.
And, wow. And so, wow.
So to give you a really quick snapshot of our student count from last school year, in the EOY reporting, we have about 4,800 students. So we gained about 200 students this year.
Okay.
And I think our students are coming back.
That's good. Okay. Any other questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any
Bless you.
comments.
I'm
Bless
good.
you.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
that number that he just expressed, the 200 plus, that's very positive. And again, we just need to make sure that we're improving the quality of education and expressing that to our communities, that we're open for business. And that goes all the way back to when we initially opened up the schools and had those conversations with the Navajo Nation and working with them to try to provide that, because again, by the Constitution of the United States, or I'm sorry, the Constitution of New Mexico, we're obligated to do that. So I appreciate that, and thank you for expressing that increase in that 200 plus. So I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to item G. Unique trip request, district-wide schools, gifted and talented education, GER 21 summer residential program. Indianapolis, Indiana, on July 1st through the 15th, 2023 by Leandro Venturina.
I hope you don't get tired of hearing me tonight. I have several in the agenda. But I was requested to come before the board again tonight in regards with a unique request for our gifted and talented education student. So we initially had some conversation of recommendations from our administrators, but we do recognize some concerns that was brought up by our board member, Marion Wells, and we did had some discussions and talk about it, and we came up with some, not remedies, but resolutions on those requests. Since we are looking for funding and using the programs for gifted education, so the participants are required, or those who are participating for the summer camp in Purdue University will be in CCSD gifted education program, meaning they were identified as gifted education students. Our numbers are a little bit low this school year, but we're trying to get more students to be identified as gifted, talented, and creative this school year, and we're rolling the process of identifying them through the help of our gifted teachers, hiring them, and having our educational diagnosticians on our assistance and guidance. So the second requirement is that.
President? Madam President?
Hold on, board member. Leandra's still talking.
Yeah, because I had a question in what regards to what he was just expressing there.
Do you mind? Go ahead,
Yes, sir.
Montoya.
Okay, I know at one point in time there used to be a department that's what they did specifically. Are we still doing that, or is this random?
So you mean giving or having a services for gifted education program only for gifted students, sir?
Well, yeah, because years ago, I know I participated in meetings down in Albuquerque in respect to the gifted programs. And again, there was a full-blown department that would do that and go out and they would do the testing. So my question again is, are we doing that type of testing in respects to what you're saying? Because you said the number's a little low for the participation, which means that obviously we're not finding those students who are identifying, we're not identifying them. So that's why my question is, do we still have that process in place to actually test within the schools to identify those people that need the services?
Yes, sir. So we have had conversation with our gifted education teachers as well as some of our administrators, school administrators, in regards to that identification. So the state of New Mexico had recently, or the New Mexico Public Education recently had established a technical manual in regards with the gifted education programming, and it's part of it is having LEAs to get or to establish a protocol of identifying gifted students. So in the past, one of the major kind of like roadblocks in identifying gifted ed is only for the intelligence tests. So there are different ways to identify and evaluate our students in terms of giftedness. But as we expand the program, not just with gifted, but also with talents and creativity, we are not going to just rely on the intelligence test. Actually, there was a recommendation from our superintendent to use the discovery test that we had previous years in the district, but was kind of like sidetracked or sideways because of the requirement from the New Mexico Public Education, where before it was strict that it will be like for intelligence tests, it's 130 IQ, that you are required to have 130 IQ in order for you to be identified as gifted. But we have sorted to different ways, and we call it multifaceted identification of gifted talents and creativity of our students. Yes, we are revising our identification process, but it will be a collaborative efforts within the CNI department, the ICO department, the data and research department, all together in the gifted education program. So it might be a long story, but yes, we are, revamping and reflecting what we had done before, the reason why we had less students who are in the gifted program.
So I have a question. With this requirement right here, this slide, is that you're doing, or is that something that was already established?
So the first one is a established one that we had for the school district, that they are in the gifted education. The second one is basically a recommendation from the program itself that the student had to have a GPA of 3.5 or a B plus in the talent area related to the applicant's choice, where I presented last time the different classes or programmings under that under the summer camp. Grades may be from the most recent year or accumulative, and we can look that up in their transcript as well in Power School. And lastly, if I can go on to the third bullet, recommendation letter from a teacher or a mentor in the talent area, say they are in the music or in science or math. This letter must address the specific examples of students' performances, experience, and potentials in talents area classes as he or she has selected. So there are courses that they can look at and participate. And I think the letter D is the mandatory meeting with the parents and the administrators, just kind of like to give the procedural or process to get into the summer camp. So,
Excuse me. I heard some of the, reviewed the video from work session, and I know one of the, this is a hard one. This is a hard one because, I can understand your point as far as this is new and, you're trying to get this going. But I also can understand Secretary Wells in saying we're going to start a precedence. And then when you think about what is gifted, and as you put it, we're basing it only on GPA, and whereas I don't know, I've seen and then movies are made where students are not even excelling in classes, and yet they went on and out of high school, or somehow somebody reached them to where they excelled, and you come to find out that these students were gifted. So I guess it's more than doing a puzzle on Facebook and find out your IQ, so. But this is a hard one. And then I don't want to take anything away from the students that truly have earned that gifted status. So I don't envy you. I mean, this is a hard one. And so when you're saying in a talent, I think, are you meaning band?
yes, and there are different areas of intelligence, or not intelligence, but giftedness and musically inclined. Those students who are in the band can potentially be gifted talent and identified in the program, and we can serve them better in terms of curriculum and servicing them to expose their potentials and their giftedness basically in the utmost way, or the most I can't say it, but how we can expose them and make them see their opportunity and their talents be seen by others too. But there are kids that I will tell you, one of the issues that we are facing with the giftedness, talented, and creative is what we call masking. So masking is where students hide their potentials based on their upbringing, their current situation, their status, whatever. But it is us, the adults, are responsible making them, see their potentials. And I'd like to bring that to our district and see that we have students who are, they can go up to the moon and be an astronaut, or be a very good pianist, and be a poet, be a painter. Those kind of things that we can see outside. And I'm kind of like rooting for Miss Sam earlier too, that, you know, bringing kids, you know, see them, the world, and expand their horizon is one opportunity that we can give our students. I'm not saying that, you know, we don't have opportunities here, but we can expand our opportunities beyond CCSD. And I'll take the hard part of it if it takes me to go to Purdue and connect all, you know, the university professors and all those labs, the radioactive labs. And I mean, you can't imagine how extensive they have over there that our kids can see.
So I really like what you said, you know, again, going back to gifted has only been said according to their GPA, intellectual. But when you that's why I asked, are you talking about band, you know, as being one of the talent areas? Because a band teacher can spot right off, you know, somebody that's exceptional. And I've been in band, and yet I don't even think that's ever been considered. Music. And I that's a tough one. That really is a tough one. I see your point. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, board members?
And if I may add lastly, we have some recommendations or potentially be kind of like recommended to go through the process from the school. So I'm happy to report that to Mr. Carson as well and to the board.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
Yeah, back, and again, when they used to have that department and they were doing all that testing, there were obviously different areas of giftedness that were classified, and even those that were right on the cusp when it came to the testing were still given services for that area. So the point of that you were making, and certainly was being brought up about multiple intelligence again, and especially in certain areas where the term that he used, masking, I see that quite often. And a lot of those kids that get dismissed generally are those ones that are the most intelligent because they're bored. And again, if you don't have a program to identify that, then they'll never get those services and they'll be overlooked. So it is very important, you know, when we talk about special education, that talks about both extremes in respects to being able to provide those services, because again, a lot of those kids, because of the masking, they're disregarded. And quite often, these kids are bored because they're not being challenged or pushed to their full potential and their ability. And again, but yet, if they were truly looked at and tested, you would see that a lot of them did meet that criteria and they fall into those different areas of giftedness or intelligence. Thank you.
Yes. So, Board Member George, or go ahead, Vice President.
I really appreciate that we have a gifted and talented program now, because we're not just one dimensional. I think with this program and with all the other programs, I think we're meeting all our students' needs, whether wherever they're at. And I think it would be, I think it was a disservice before when we didn't identify as well as we are now. And And like a board member Montoya stated, our students will mask their intelligence by doing other things, by different behaviors. And I think with our programs now we're capturing those students because we have a lot of talented students, and I'm very thankful that we are finally providing the services that they deserve. Thank you.
Board Member George?
Yes, I have no comments. Thank you.
Secretary Wells?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board President.
So we'll go on to item H. Data's SAT process for SPED and gifted by Leandro Venturino.
Third time.
Venturina.
That's correct. Again, good evening, Board President Aspas and board members, and Superintendent Carlson and Assistant Superintendent Deswood, and community members. So I'm here to report item H, which is all about the SAT process for, actually, I'm a little bit confused of what the title and asking for, but I'll just kind of like share what had Ms. Huffman, our director for CNI, had shared to me on this, the SAT referral packet that was sent and not referred, but recommended by the New Mexico Public Education Department. So the SAT referral checklist and forms are, you can see here, different ways are forms that are required to start a SAT process. And just to kind of like give you a quick, information for gifted ed, we are not requiring, or PED has not required SAT process anymore. It's kind of like, putting to the district or school district how to identify gifted. But for those who are kind of like leading towards to the special ed, here are some of those points that need to be taken care of. So student profile and background information, that's the Form A, which provides information about the students' school attendance, discipline history, current program placement, language profile, strengths, areas of concerns to specific academic behaviors, and the person responsible for that will be the teacher. The instructional fidelity assurance ensures that teacher has used layer 1 under the MLSS instructional supports. And of course, the PLC with teacher, teams, and school administrator have reviewed information and supported the teacher. This form is to identify gaps and or additional supports that may need to be addressed before a referral to the SAT. So the responsible persons are the teacher, PLC, and school administrators. So if you can see the progression of how that works, student case history provides information for parents, guardian regarding family history, health, and social background data about the student. So this is coming from parent or the guardian informations. Vision and hearing provides the SAT with information about students' visual acuity and hearing. So this will be coming from the nurse office. Letter E, fidelity assurance for behavioral support. This ensures the teacher has used layer 1 behavioral supports, and PLC teacher teams have and school administrator have reviewed information and supported the teacher. So this is a form to identify gaps and additional supports that may need to be addressed before the referral to the SAT. So the person responsible for this are teachers, PLC teacher teams, and school administrators. And this will be the initial SAT meeting, item F or Form F. invitation to SAT meeting, provide sample of required parent-guardian notification of implementing SAT meeting. So this will be, taken care of by the school lead team, which usually the ISL administrators or sometimes the assistant principals that will lead the SAT. There's also a translation of that form in Spanish. So letter G, or Form G, is a SAT observation form, provides the SAT with information as to observable behaviors of students during classroom instruction furnished by the third party. This will be, again, responsibility of the SAT lead person. And letter H, or Form H, will be the summary of SAT meetings and recommendations. This form summarizes the findings of the SAT team of the student referred. This form designates whether the student's needs are serviceable through MLSSS or if evaluation is needed. So the person or personnel responsible are the lead team or SAT lead team and school administrator. So again, this is based on the MLSS framework and recommended by the New Mexico Public Education through NMAC.6-6.3.1.210D1C. Other than that, I stand for question.
Vice President Haskell, if you want to go ahead and call on the board members at this point for questions. I mean, I can do it, but Ms. Aspis is outside for just a moment, taking a quick break. So Ms. Haskell, do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Did you say to ask additional questions for the board?
Yes, please.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
Question.
Yeah, I have.
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
Sound rude or disrespectful, but this sounded like a presentation that should have been given by somebody from the Student Support Services. So that way we can actually ask pertinent questions regarding the presentation. So I will reserve asking pointed or drill down questions at this time until we actually have the director from that department. So thank you.
Are there any additional questions or comments? Board members?
I have a question.
I have no comment.
Okay, go ahead. Did you say that you had no questions or you had a question?
I think I understood Ms. George to say she had no questions.
I thought I heard President Aspis.
Yes, I do. I thought George had a question.
Oh, no, this is George. I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay. This is Aspis speaking now. So the student case history. How can you go into that more and then it says academic and behavior?
That's Form C, right, ma'am? That's the Form C that you're referring, Ms. Aspas. So student case history, it provides information from parent regarding the family history. So it's kind of like giving back and forth information from a family to the school, kind of like, getting more in-depth of what's going on with the student and making sure that we have all the necessary information from at home. So this basically how the student family or home status, their health, and of course their social background, how they're kind of like feeling outside the school, and how they socialize, and giving more, as I said, in-depth information and data for the student, about the student. I think Ms. Huffman is online, but is Ms. Huffman
I'm here,
online?
Leandro.
Would you like to chime in, Ms. Huffman?
President Aspis, the student case history is really just relevant health, medical, and developmental information that the SAT team can use in addition to the academic or behavioral information that's provided, and it comes from the parent.
And for most part, we're trying to have a kind of like a correlation of, the health history, social background to whatever we have seen, like, difficulty of the student in their academic or in their, learning situation at school. And if there is, then we will put that on the record.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So, any more questions or comments from the board? I'd like to ask, if I may, Superintendent. There was a question or a statement made by, why isn't the department head giving this presentation? May I ask that question as well?
You bet. I mean, I felt that this is one of those ones that there's several people who could actually give it. One is Jen Huffman, and she is on the call, so she is available for those questions if you have those questions as well. I think there's kind of two reasons why Mr. Venturina did it. One is because he had the lion's share of the agenda, so he has the knowledge of this as well, and a lot of this is data informed, and so that's kind of up his alley, and he does have a really good background with all of this. And he's involved in the input of the data and all of these forms and everything. So, and SAT's a kind of a funny, it's a different thing because with the SAT process, it really does belong with general ed. So that would go with the curriculum folks. But then once there's any identification through SAT, then it does go to support services. And student support services folks actually have quite a bit of knowledge of this whole thing, because they get these packets when students are referred to special ed services. So it could have been, a trio of folks, directors up here speaking, but I think we threw it to Mr. Venturino because I feel like he has the vast majority of the knowledge that he would need, and plus he's got about 10 other items on the agenda he's going through real quick here. So,
and if I may, Director Sarlan is also online, Ms. Aspas. If you have specific questions in regards with SAT that pertains to Student Support Services Office, she's also online.
Okay. With that said, Board Member Montoya, is there any questions for
Ms. Sutherland and Ms. Huffman are
Ms.
online.
Sutherland and Ms. Huffman? They're online.
Okay. Now that it's been mentioned that they're actually there and available. In regards to the actual SAT process and how that's carried out within the buildings, at the building level between the educator, the building administration, and student support services and the parent. Are we ensuring that the processes to fulfill those SATs and those recommendations are followed to the letter?
I can answer that, Board Member Montoya. This is Jen Huffman. Yes, we actually require that this SAT checklist be submitted with every SAT referral. This is a piece of it. There's also a referral document, the instructional fidelity document and the behavioral fidelity document are also required depending on what kind of a SAT referral it is. And there's also a component which PED added in this year where the student in question, we start with the data, of course, and we look at the data for all of our students, and then we start to identify those students who maybe are going to have some struggles or maybe are having some struggles. And right away, the SAT chair, the district level coaches, the coordinators, the school administration, then start to look at what are the best ways to intervene for those students in the general ed classroom at layer 1 and to support those teachers. Then if we implement those for a couple of weeks and we bring that back to the PLC, and there is a component that requires the PLC team to sign off on those fidelity assurances, indicating that they have discussed supports for those students. There's also a section that requires the school administrator to sign off, indicating the number of walkthroughs the teacher has had, what level of teacher they are, whether they're level 1, 2, or 3, and how many supports for utilizing the district high quality instructional materials they have, what kind of training they've been provided. And the reason this process came about was because PED was getting data that 95 to 98% of all referrals for special education, the students were not qualifying. And then we were losing time for those kiddos to provide that support in the gen ed classroom. So their goal with revitalizing the process was to really get those supports in place first and have those be those research-based supports. So that maybe we wouldn't have so many kids in the testing process. So when the SAT referrals come forward, the team meets and they decide whether or not the student is going to be placed on what's called a SAT action and intervention plan. And the 5 reasons that PED requests that happen are that there's been a parent request for an IEP evaluation. Then we go immediately to the SAT referral process. The student has been retained. The student is in danger of being retained. The student has been restrained 2 or more times in the 30-day period. Or there's an immediate and obvious disability such as cerebral palsy or perhaps autism, something that is obvious for the student. Generally, the outcome of the SAT meeting is either a referral to an IEP evaluation or a referral back to a more intensive layer of the MLSS process, or a referral for a SAT academic intervention plan or behavioral support plan, which is basically layer 3 intensive interventions with a more frequent progress monitoring. I hope that answers your question.
So my question also is, how much weight does the actual attending educator have in that decision?
As to whether there's a referral or your question?
Process in general.
So the attending educator has to be able to administer the intervention. So their input is highly valuable because they're going to have to be able to administer those interventions. So they need to be interventions that that educator feels that they are competent to do, have enough support and training to do, and really realistically and feasibly implement in their classrooms.
Okay, so from the answer that you just gave me regarding the input of the educator, the one that's actually going to be doing the work and the intervention with the student, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so am I to assume you just can't grab a, let's say the SAT IEP is considered at the fourth grade level. You just can't grab any fourth grade teacher to go in there and make that decision, correct? Because they're not the ones that are going to be implementing.
Exactly. So the process provides for the, say in that example, the fourth grade PLC to discuss the student and discuss recommended intervention with that classroom teacher. There should be also administrator input in that process of the PLC. And then it is up to the administrator, the coaches, the coordinators, the ISO to really be observing and supporting that teacher who's implementing that strategy.
So the question is, again, is that the attending educator that's actually doing the work, making those suggestions and recommendations, to be the one sitting in that meeting making the determination and not just any educator, correct?
Correct. The classroom teacher has to be present and be willing and able to move forward with the implementation of those strategies.
Okay, so without going any further into the conversation, you've answered my question, because that's where I have doubts in how this process is actually being fulfilled. I'm not saying that every situation, but certainly the consideration of it's questionable in some situations. So I won't take it any further from that because you've answered my question. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions, board members? Okay, we'll go on to item I. The RFP 23-120 E-rate, CCSD transitional WAN by Leandro Venturina.
Good evening again, President Aspas. So I'm here to present to the board the recent RFP request for proposal for 2023-TEC-120, which is a funded by possibly E-rate or funded by E-rate CCSD through CCSD transitional WAN, which is WAN is wide access network for 2 specific schools that we have. So it's a transitional service that we ask for a proposal from different entities, and we have kind of like some scope of work that we ask them. We are also giving them some criteria to for this specific proposal. Can you go up for a little bit, Sharon? Go back up. Yeah. So scope of work is that Central Consolidated School District IT department is seeking transitional service to provide WAN connectivity to 2 district locations, namely Mesa Elementary School and Shiprock High School. The district is seeking bids on bridging services to cover the requested services until new provider can light the fiber. Award is based on the following criteria: understanding of CCSD needs. The first one is we ask them a comprehensive scope of work and requirements of the request, personal qualification experience, overview of the current and prior experiences in work comparable to the scope of services that we requested. That includes the company years of experience in familiarity with the services. Identify key personnel to be involved in these requirements. The response time to CCSD, we ask for a management plan, provide an in-depth detail of the scope of work with description of services to be offered and indication of capabilities to provide these services, including response time. And lastly, past experience with CCSD and references provide successful project with CCSD and years of service with CCSD. Identify references from other clients. And of course, the cost is also a requirement. So if you go back on the top, Ms. Ray. So here are some of the timeline. So the bid was advertised on February 3rd, 2023 through different local newspapers. Bid deadline is until March 13, 2023, and we had we started our RFP opening on March 14, and we did make an evaluation or did the evaluation process the day after. Okay, so far, thus far, there's one submitted a proposal, and it's from Choice NTUA Wireless through NTUA. So there's a total raw score of 356, and the average is 89. So we are recommending to award the bid to Choice NTUA Wireless for this project. And we have some proposal highlights. The company has worked on multiple projects with CCSD and has a good business and working relationship with CCSD IT department, understands the scope and work that will continue to cover the needs of the school and the district, has available staff to process the services, and has successfully worked with entities requiring same services with the Navajo Nation, including IHS in Kayenta and in Window Rock. So I have acknowledged the proposal and recommendation to the board, and through our procurement officer, Ms. Walters. Other than that, I stand for question.
Any questions, comments, board members?
I have none.
Board member George?
I have none. Thank you.
Secretary Wells?
I didn't understand what the IEP was for.
RFP.
Can I get
Can you
Can I
go
get a
over
little
that
more
again?
clarification on that?
This.
I have a question.
Okay. So we're asking for proposal to have a transitional wide area network services for Mesa Elementary School and Shiprock High School. A little background, Mr. Wells, wide area network means it's a technology that connects different buildings, even though they are like spread apart, like, Mesa to our Shiprock SAO building. We were able to connect all our technologies, our computers, basically that's the service that we are asking for proposal. And one entity or one company had submitted a proposal for that, and that's NTUA Choice Wireless.
Okay.
And it's a continuous kind of like they are the ones providing that services at this moment. So we just needed to open the proposals or ask for proposals from different company if there are.
Understood.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, Vice President Haskey?
I'll have to rethink. I'm sorry. I'll rethink my question because I'll ask it when I formulate it. So thank you.
Okay, so the only one that bidded was NTUA?
Yes, President Aspas.
So it's not like you just chose NTUA.
No, we open it up. We put it in the publications because that's the procurement law that we are following the process. There are, it's open basically, but we have only one proposal received. So we processed the evaluation and we evaluated it, and then we made recommendations.
Yeah, I agree. When there's IT involved, I think it's best to go with somebody who has that knowledge of other projects that have been going on. In my work area, I find that valuable. So, did you formulate your question, Vice President? Vice President Haskell? We'll give her a minute. Any other questions, comments? Board members?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
No other comments. Thank you.
Okay, we'll proceed on to item J, discussion on digitizing transcripts by Donovan Yazzie and Leandro Venturina.
Thank you, President Aspas. I think Mr. Yassi is also online, so he can also chime in. I think this item in the agenda started with conversation with how we retain our student records and information. We have had some kind of like issues with that, and that sprung the idea of how we digitize our transcripts. Can I emailed it? Yeah, please.
Mr. Ventura, were you waiting for me?
I'm waiting for Ms. Ray to project the document that I sent.
Thank you.
Yes, that's it. Go on the... May I continue, President Aspas? Okay, so actually this is a project that is being under the data department. So they are working on the student retention and student records retention and how they will be kept and kept in our schools. If we can do a digitization of our student records. And we are in collaboration with the finance department in relation to that big project that the data department has started the past couple of weeks.
Were you able to find, are we able to do it in-house, or is this something that you're going to have to go out?
We have to go out and ask for proposals and what do you call that? Quotes from different company. So we have started gathering information basically, and it's a big project that we are anticipating. That's why we're having that phase that we are looking at, phase 1 and phase 2, because we have tremendous amount of information and records at our school, especially our big high school, Shiprock High School, and Kirtland Central High School. So we have had records ranging from maybe 1950s that we need to looked at and see how that could potentially be digitized and making part of our retention program or student records retention program project basically. But we are as they pull up, there are like 2 phases. Like I think the phase 1 are the ones that are currently we have from 2005 onwards, like currently to digitize those. And then the phase 2 will be the ones that are because that needs more attention, like they are in the storage right now, and we have asked our we have asked assistance from operation department to see the buildings where they are at now, those old files, because we might need to get some safety and hazard preventions before we go in and go to those rooms before we even touch them. So there are situations and issues that we're looking at before we even touch those, and that's on phase 2, which we call inactive files. So those are inactive files that we have. So let's start with the goal. So by the fall of 2023, the current student records will be digitized, indexed, and stored in a safe and secure site. It could be a hard drive, a cloud, or a server. And we're looking at different options on how to do that. Our target population for that would be the current students for school year 2023-2024, and students who are graduated from 2007, as I mentioned, up to 2023 graduates. So you can see the list of documents that we are looking at to digitize, not just with transcript, but also those who are in their cumulative folders. You can see those different informations right there. So 2007 to 2023 graduates, these are the transcripts only. Our goal is by the fall of 2023, transcripts of graduated students from 2007 to 2023 will be digitized, indexed, and stored in a safe, secured site. It could be, again, in hard drive, which could be hosted by the district, or a cloud server or a server. And the second phase is what we call inactive files for our former students. So these are inactive files of students who have not reached 22 years of age on the first day of the school, which is their date of birth would be after August 8, 2002. What are those? Store cumulative folder in a secure, fireproof, and locked location. And actions will be when the students return to the district, records will be digitized, indexed, and stored in a safe, secured environment. The second one is inactive files of students who have reached 22 years of age on the first day of the school, and their date of birth will be before 8/8/2002. So those are, as I said or mentioned earlier, those are kind of like the old files. So box the cumulative folders up to the bankers' boxes. And our goal is to ship boxes to the vendor who have students, transcript report cards, and digitize them, indexed, and stored in a safe, secure site. And vendor will be identified, or vendor will destroy and purge the documents. So the last one that's under the inactive files are the microfiche files. We still have those files in our schools stored. So storing microfiche files in a secure files, proof, and locked locations. We are going to purchase microfiche readers to the use of the district to be housed in a location accessible to all district schools and departments that have microfiche files as well. So that is the plan from the data department, and as I said earlier, we're working with our finance department to see what we can get started this spring and then continue it in the fall semester. Other than that, I stand for question.
Madam President, I have a question.
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
Those files that are currently on microfiche, the microfiche readers, in my understanding, are being phased out. They don't, machines are in many cases no longer available. And parts for them when they go out are not being remanufactured. I would think we'd want to digitize those as well.
Yes, sir. Our goal first, I think at the first stage, is to make sure that we can access those microfiche files first. We were given information by the school, especially at the high school, that their microfiche readers are already kind of like almost to their lifespan. So we are looking to purchase those a new one so that we'll be able to access those files. And yes, we will be at some point we will be needing to digitize those as well. But for the moment, we needed to make sure that we have access to the microfiche file.
Okay. I hope we're able to purchase microfiche readers, because that technology is no longer being used. So I hope we can they're still available to access.
Yeah, yes, sir. Last time I checked with the data department, they are in communication with a company that can provide. It might not be a brand new one, but I guess something that's refurbished and be useful at this time. So yes, we're making sure that we will have a technology to make that happen.
Okay.
Mr. Yasi, do you want to add more information?
Thank you, Director Venturina, President Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Yes, we have been working in collaborative with
collaboratively with the Data and Assessments Department. They are working on with we are working with them with establishing funds that we can use so that we are able to get this project going, as well as we are kind of working together to establish a vendor so that we too also in our department are looking at digitizing the documents that are in storage places as well too. So we're kind of doing this as a tag team effort between both departments as well. So I just want to go ahead and add that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Yasi.
So, with what Secretary Wells has stated about the microfiche being obsolete, but you're sure that this company can do this?
We're looking for several company like options and opening up for like cost effective. And the data department has been diligently looking for those companies. And we have several that could potentially be part of that project. But we can't disclose right now who they are, but yes.
Is there any particular statute that PED has concerning transcripts that need to be followed, or is it just up in the air?
As far as I know about the student retention is we have to retain student records up to their lifetime. But there are times that, as we progress to the technology age, I think that would be a consideration to what years or how long we will keep it. But as far as I know, we need to retain and have access to those students' records for their lifetime. I don't remember the New Mexico statute, but I know there is a stipulation under that.
So can you check to make sure that if there's one, if they have a preference on how to go about, then just so we're checking, making sure.
We will, President Aspis.
Director Venturina?
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Yasi. I think you might have the answer.
Thank you, President Aspis, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Yes, we did schedule with the finance team there is a training provided by the state of New Mexico that we are having a couple of our people in our departments go to look at the retention schedules. So there is a retention schedule that is that I have our team going to. So they'll go ahead and let Mr. Venturina know where they can access that information as well too. So that's, I believe, is coming up next week. So we do have that taken into consideration as well.
Okay, thank you. So any questions, comments from the board members?
Got a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Montoya.
No,
I'll
go
go
ahead,
after
Ms.
you.
George, please. Ladies first.
Okay, I just, with all the technology updates and the technology for our records and security, I think we need to put more money into technology, the department. Thank you, that's my only comment.
Thank you, Ms. George.
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
So, any idea, ballpark figure, considering the age or time frame that we have to go back to? You were saying something about 1950. Any ballpark on what it might cost to transfer?
I really don't want to give a wrong answer to that, board member Montoya, but we are working, the data department is actually working on those numbers, and actually it's kind of like up in the air because we don't know yet how many boxes we have on those storage areas. I just knew that there's quite a bit of requests from the community of their transcripts way back in 1960s. And while I was kind of like looking back, there are records that are, up to or as early as 1950s. So I really don't want to give you a wrong answer right now, but I'll get back to you once the data department gather their information and give you more accurate numbers.
Okay, because everything that I'm seeing, it doesn't give a date as far as how long it has to be kept, other than the statutory process of maintaining. And then it even talks about the electronic transfer, but I don't see a date or time period on length of time that we're supposed to keep them, other than available.
Can you repeat your question, Mr. Montoya?
No, that was just a comment. Somebody was asking about how long, and I said, from my understanding, there's no.
Back when they had report cards.
And their report cards are handwritten by teachers, and grades are
What
stamped.
was it? Satisfactory or you unsatisfactory?
It's amazing how you can, you see those old files and make you reminisce the past.
Why didn't I do better? So this question is for Ms. Chappelle, a board attorney. Is she still with us?
Yes, ma'am, I'm still here.
So do you know of any statute that would apply to this? What with the record keeping and digitizing it?
There are some statutes, to Mr. Yazi's point, that deal with a schedule for destruction on business records. And I can certainly get you a memo on the statutes. It sounds like Mr. Yazi's team is also going to get training on that. So yes, there are statutes for business records destruction and retention.
Okay, Superintendent Carlson, make sure they get that, the team. Okay, thank you, Ms. Chappelle.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you. Interesting.
I have no more comments, and Mr. Venturina has adequately answered my question, so I have none.
Okay, board member Montoya?
Nothing at this time.
Board member George?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, we'll continue And go on to item K, which is disposal of obsolete equipment from SHS by Candace Thompson. Thank you, Leandro. I know that was a lot. And, but you're the data guy. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Mr. Carlson. Tonight, I ask that the board give the approval to dispose of 2 items from Shiprock High School. One is being a car lift that is non-functioning in the wood shop classroom. And then the other item is the dust collector system in the same classroom. We're in the process of replacing that with a new system, and that system will need to be demoed and disposed of. And with that, I stand for questions.
I have a question, Madam President.
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
Because I have no visual, I didn't pick up on what Ms. Thompson said the first item was. Can you repeat that, Candace, please?
Yes, Mr. Wells, it's an auto lift. I believe the wood shop used to be an auto classroom, and it's a lift that will lift up automobiles, which is no longer functioning nor safe.
I first understood the LIST instead of LIST.
Oh.
So I was confused there. Sorry.
No problem.
That's all I have.
Okay, Secretary Wells, did you get that's the disposal of obsolete equipment? That's the report she's doing?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just now seen the auto lift. Earlier I looked on there, it was just dust collector. Okay. What is a dust collector?
So it's a shavings when they're sanding wood or cutting wood.
Okay.
It's a system that will remove those particles from the area, and this system is just so obsolete. We can't even get parts for it anymore. So we've actually ordered a new system to replace this.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Collect all the sawdust and the shavings from a planer and all of that. Yes, I'm familiar with that one.
Okay. Any more questions, comments, board members?
None.
Board member George?
I have none. Thank you.
I don't have any questions or comments either.
Okay, we'll go on to item L, the safety protocol for animals at large by Candace Thompson.
Yes. So I apologize, Board President. I did not present this when it was first read. It was presented by Mr. Devin Verhulst and Cindy Theodore. So I'm not real sure what the question is or what you would like to review on this. I did bring a copy in case you wanted to see it.
Well, I reviewed it on the video, so I did, and wow.
I think the only question at the time was from Vice President Haskey, And the question was, if there is an aggressive animal at the bus stop, would we make accommodations to get that child home? And the answer is yes. We have several options available to us to deliver that child to their residence if there is an aggressive animal there at their bus stop.
You know, I listened to the discussion of the last and the work session, and I'm about to sneeze.
That's okay. Bless you.
And then I proposed or suggested that maybe pepper spray, but and I don't know for sure because I'd like to see it documented saying that is prohibited from Navajo Nation, and but you know that's the issue that we're caught in. Those are the problems that we're caught in. You know, that we had a dog situation, not just one dog, but a pack of dogs. And for 2 years, this went on, and I believe the bus driver intervened twice, and which is bad because he left the bus unattended. So then, which is it? Which is right? You know, you're really in these gray areas, and we get caught up. You know, just like what Mrs. Lowe said earlier. You know, you have all these Natanis, all these leaders standing there, and you think something is really big and it's going to happen right away, but you know, we go into this discussions, and police are alert at Navajo Nation. The people there whose dogs you think they belong to, and then I mean it just goes round and round for 2 years in this particular case, and luckily, when it finally did happen, it wasn't severe. When the dogs finally made contact with the boy, it wasn't severe, and we are lucky. And luckily, the parent didn't see. He didn't feel that his child should go and seek medical attention, and so, but you know, this has been an Navajo Nation issue, and in my area where the housing's concerned, people don't like the bus going into the housing and picking up students, but until they hear what the students are actually coming across, you know, in this situation, like the dogs, or at that time it was a house that's kind of suspected of dealing drugs, and so I wanted this back on because we need to do something and keep asking that question.
Devin, do you want to speak to our relationship that we have currently with the Navajo Nation and the restructuring of their animal control?
Yes, ma'am. Hi. Good evening, everyone. We completely understand those concerns, Board President. Everything that you're talking about is valid in making sure that we're doing everything possible to protect our kiddos to and from while they're they're getting on the school bus. We'll continue to nurture that relationship that we have with Navajo PD and their new deputy chief, Mr. Redhorse, and cultivating that and letting them know where our hotspot issues are, and then being able to inform you guys that we've made contact with them and what they have advised back on us, so we can give you, better updates or more frequent updates on that, as well as with animal control. Sitting here and talking with the team and going over from what we had talked about on Thursday, let us do some research into any type of devices that emit a lower frequency sound that help deter dogs that may be in the area, that can be deployed, that's safer, that would not have any type of cross-contamination effects when it comes down to what we're looking at for pepper spray, because we're not allowed to have that. One, it's an aerosol can. Two, we're more worried about the cross-contamination on that and the cross-training of the staff. That's just not feasible to do. And then, following the NMAC rulings under Section B for student safety, making sure that there's no dangerous objects on the bus. So let us look into another alternative of maybe some type of sound omitting device that deters dogs that might be closer in the area, that might be acceptable, or we can look into that as another option.
I like that. I didn't think about that, but you were saying sound. Maybe that's something that can be put on the bus and within that area. And but yes, we need to keep up on this and find something that does work and can help. To me personally, I'm glad the bus driver got off the bus to help. I'm glad he did that. He may have violated some things, but which is more important, the attack of dogs on a child or the bus? So in that situation, I'm glad he did, and as Navajo Nation, they keep there's just a number of things that we do know about Navajo Nation, about the reservation life, and that is the response, and the laws associated with that is different from the state, and so those things are, I guess in a way, restrictions on us, what we can do. But when students are going, I think at one time the students used to go on to court for, say they were drinking at school or ditching, or then they were recommended to a court. I don't recall what that was, but those things need to happen if that's what it takes, to issue to people, dog owners, that they're subjected to either a fine or to a court date. That's something that we're going to have to start pushing on, because again, we're kind of the school is the hub of the community, and start thinking out of the box, especially on the reservation side. Any comments, questions, board members?
I'd like to make a comment.
Board member Montoya?
I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
I thank you for bringing this topic back up, and like you, board president, I didn't think about the sound option either. So I think we need to continue thinking about different options, safe options, and also to see if we can do further collaboration, not just with the PD, but with animal control and what other things that they can do to keep the community safe. Thank you.
Board member Montoya?
I have no comment.
Board member George?
My only comment is maybe a whistle would work. I'm not sure, but if that was the case, maybe we could get whistles and they could be given out to the bus barn and they can disseminate those to the kids who are on the bus. And then that would help too as they're walking along if they encounter a stranger or anything like that too. But I don't know if a whistle would work.
That's an idea. Board member or Secretary Wells?
I like the idea of some kind of a instrument that would emit a low sound that would not be objectionable to human ears, but would drive a dog nuts. There's probably something like that out there.
Mm-hmm.
And they could carry that on the bus. But as far as Navajo Nation, I remember several years ago that they had a roundup nationwide of stray dogs because people were complaining about stray dogs running in packs, and I remember that they had I don't recall the number right now, but it was really high that they rounded up and only had one individual come to claim the dog, and the rest of them were put down.
Hmm. Wow.
And maybe something like that. Maybe the nation needs to look into something like that again.
Right.
Certainly, if we have a pack of dogs in the area, that's not only dangerous to kids, but anybody that's out there.
Right. So I've seen where a dog, you know, our neighbor's dog, even our own, was you know, it's friendly to us, but when it got with a pack of when they ran out into the fields, they are totally different.
Yes, they are.
And so
can be very destructive.
Yeah. And so in this case, it was a pack of dogs, and nobody wanted to claim them. And but we just can't keep having that go in a circle, and every day a child is threatened.
Well, nobody wants to take responsibility for it, so nothing gets done.
Right.
What's everybody's business is nobody's business.
Yeah, and I think something like that immediately. I would like our transportation to adjust to that if they know that, and maybe they could have a ride-along where that person can escort the child home and where the bus driver stays in the seat. So, not where you get into union issues, CBA, or all these other, because that's the problem. We need to protect the child.
And Board President Aspis, I believe we corrected that, and if we see that there is an aggressive animal at that site and a parent isn't there to pick up the child, we're going to call the parent, let the parent know, and take the child back to the school. If we have to get a liaison to take the child home, or somebody from transportation, to go in a Suburban or a different vehicle to take that child home, then, we'll need to make those adjustments to see that that child is home safely. But I think we'll see some encouragement in that now Navajo PD is over animal control. So, and Deputy Chief has been really great to work with us on issues that, we have. And the bus drivers will have those numbers to contact right away so that we can get the dog issue resolved. As you know, this dog at this recent attack was picked up by animal control the next day. So, it's a bad situation. My understanding is it was possibly a neighbor's dog. The dad didn't want to, have upset neighbors with it. So, it's a bad situation for everybody involved in the issue. And I think what we have wrote now in policy is the safe bet for everybody involved, and law enforcement can take control of that animal and do what is necessary with the animal.
Board President, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thinking on some of these things, the comments that are being made or the explanations that are being made, I'm wondering if it would be helpful if we as a board had a resolution, maybe to the chapter, to help in enforcing those things about having dogs, because those dogs belong to people, and maybe that's also a chapter level thing that can help, that they can help us enforcing those rules. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know your thoughts.
From what I know, the chapter was involved, Upper Fruitland, and the person responsible for the livestock, I don't know what you call that position, but that officer, he was aware of it, and again, that's why it just went in this circle. From the school, the police, the chapter, it just kept going in a circle, and that was ongoing for 2 years.
Do you mean the grazing official?
Yes.
So maybe, I would say maybe at the next agency council meeting, because I know it wouldn't be isolated just to the Upper Fruitland area. I'm sure it's happening in other places And maybe that's a report that needs to be made to the agency council to let them know that this is an issue, and maybe put it out there that that would be somewhere where a topic that the community can come and help to keep our kids safe.
I believe
President.
that would be good to bring it up. And we just missed the regional meeting. So maybe the next one, we could have somebody represent CCSD and bring up that issue.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
would it be advisable, or certainly take it under consideration between now and the next agency meeting, to develop a task force that would include the varying chapters within the confines of CCSD to look at and address and then submit to the said agency to take it into consideration?
Are you asking the superintendent?
No, I'm asking you.
Say that again.
That we consider developing a task force within CCSD that would include the varying chapters that fall within the confines of CCSD and the students that they serve. To be able to put something together, and then between now and the next agency meeting, and then present that there. Because I'm pretty certain that our general counsel can also put a resolution together that would tie directly to that task force, and then present that.
Well, Superintendent Carlson, get the task force going?
I can do that.
Can I make a comment?
Go ahead.
I really do like the idea of a task force because like you said, the school is the hub.
Mm-hmm.
The hub of the community, and the community involves everybody in the surrounding area. I think it takes a village to raise our children, and I think that I like the idea of having partnerships within the community to help strengthen those bonds, especially if the problem has been, just shifting responsibility to one another. I think
right,
getting the community involved and in a partnership, that we would be able to foster those relationships and help enforce what's supposed to be. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. I like the idea of the task force, because I think then it means we mean business, and this is critical, and that we don't have a grazing official just not doing their job also. I may be assuming a lot, but but from the reports I got was that there was little done by that official. So yeah, I believe that would be great, and then also with the numbers of chapters that with the region meetings, that would speak volumes. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so
Thank you.
thank you, Candace. So we'll go to item M, request for approval of gift donation for Mesa Elementary School by Jennifer Huffman.
Good evening, President Aspis, Superintendent Carlson, members of the board. Our request this evening is for the physical education department at Mesa Elementary School. And it is a gift donation from IHS for bike helmets. And our PE teacher, Mrs. Kendra Paul, is on the meeting. And so I will let her review this with you for your consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, it's A. Good evening, as school board president, Mr. Carlson, superintendent, and members of the school board. She Kendra Paul, and she topan ishle, kilachini bashichin, konagati dashiche, topa dashanale, nash chitty dan nasha. So I am the PE teacher at Mesa Elementary, and for the past 15 years, I've been a physical educator. I've always tried to find innovating resources that I can cooperate into my PE program that would follow my teaching philosophy of creating lifelong movers, especially among our CCSD and the NED children. And when I came to CCSD about 7 years ago, the Northern Navajo Medical Center School Health Education and Public Health Department Substance Abuse Program had a variety of programs that hit some of those goals that I had for the PE program and wanted my students to experience. And one of those programs was the Red Eagle Challenge Outdoor Program. And the Red Eagle Challenge Outdoor Program gave our students, the Mesa students, the opportunity to experience the rope course. This is pre-COVID, and they offered mountain biking along with bike safety. So in a few weeks, I would like our students, our Mesa students, to experience and learn about mountain biking, and most importantly about bike safety, such as wearing a proper fitting helmet. So I am here in front of the board to ask for approval for the donation of bike helmets to our Mesa students from the Northern Navajo Medical Center Trauma Program. So thank you, and I can stand for any questions.
Any questions, comments, board members?
Question.
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
How many helmets will be provided?
IHS said that they had, they said they have enough for 50, and I said, okay, well, I said I have a little bit more students than that. So they allowed me to have about, I want to say, now I can't remember on the top of my head, but I know we have 50 fifth graders, and we have about, I think I want to say we have about almost about the same amount of fourth graders, roughly. So it's just for fourth and fifth graders, students. So I'm saying about like 100 helmets, maybe.
That was my question. If there's going to be sufficient for the needs of all of the students that you have, that's.
Yeah, because IHS is the one. I've been working closely with them. You know, obviously, they have always offered certain programs here and there, and I kind of took what I could offer for our students. And most of the times it was only like for the upper grade levels. So that was they came and asked if they were, or they came to me and offered that they were willing to give us bike helmets, for the exchange of like the safety of bike safety, and also the experience of riding mountain bikes. And I have done this in the past, in previous years, but just haven't done so in the probably ever since COVID started.
My only thought was, will there be enough helmets to supply for all of the students that need them? That was my only concern.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be very fair for some to have them and some to have not.
Well, they're gonna supply for all fourth and fifth graders, and they're, like I said, that's the only grade levels that they can do for the mountain biking program.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, your name was what now, the presenter?
Kendra Paul.
Kendra Paul. Okay, so as we, the board, when donations and things like that happen, we each represent a district, a community, and my area is at Oho and Kirtland area. So, and I think we all like, our communities to receive, things like this, and for our community children and things like that. So, and we try not to just for one certain area, or we try to make it. And so if in the future, I think this is great, especially with the park in Shiprock. What do you call that? The skate park. And that's an area that could be used as well, and skateboarding, and so not only with the bikes, but I feel it's important to at a young age, to let them know that hazards and risk in these areas as bicycles, skateboarding, and other things on wheels. So, thank you. If I could say in the future, if we could get these to, students here in Kirtland Elementary as well, and Nosh Chitty and Newcomb, maybe a rotation or something like that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your comment. I would just wanted to say that I think IHS, I can in the future to work with IHS on which schools they service, because I'm not too sure. But like I said, we're just, Mesa School is just right across from the hospital also. So I think that was another reason why they reached out. But like I said, in the future, yes, I could collaborate more with my fellow maybe elementary PE teachers in the district to see what we can do.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments, board members?
I have none.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the next. Where are we at? Item N, discussion on IEC bylaws by Dr. Luisa Lopez Martinez.
Good evening, President Aspes and members of the board and Superintendent Carlson. This evening, we were asked again to bring in the IEC bylaws. We had presented them before, and we were asked to bring them again along with the Johnson O'Malley application. We do have Mia Cientos, which heads up and works with the IEC. So I believe she'll try to present. If not, she's been kind of sick. So we do have Dr. Begay on her behalf to share the application and to share the IEC bylaws so that we can move forward with those. Thank you. Mia, are you able to present, or Dr. Begay?
Good evening, Dr. Lopez. I can present, and then if there's any questions, Dr. Begay or Mr. Powell can answer those questions. Okay, good evening, Board President Aspes, Board Vice President Haskey, Board Secretary Wells, and members of the board, Superintendent Carlson and Assistant Superintendent Deswood. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mia Cientos. I am here to present the bylaws of the Johnson O'Malley Indian Education. And I can start off by reading the article's name. And then if there's any questions, board members, feel free to go ahead and ask. So the bylaws are updated annually throughout the... They are updated annually, and the IEC that consists of members from both the Newcomb and Kirtland and Shiprock region, along with a representative from Dream Diné Charter School, meet during February during our grant writing season. And it is during February we schedule work sessions. It could be half days, it could be full days. And this year we've decided to work on 3 full days on the weekends and on President's Day to work on these bylaws. And then once the bylaws are worked on, I include what's been taken out and what's been added so that the board can see the difference from last year to this year. So Article 1 is Article 1 is the name. Article 2 is the purpose of the IEC. Article 3 displays the powers and duties. And then we have Article 4, which is membership, Section 1, membership of JOM IEC. And then we go down to Section 2. Voting rights, Section 3 addresses their attendance. Section 4, determination of a membership. Down to Article 5, we've included officers and duties. Section 1, IEC officers. Section 2, roles and responsibilities of those officers. We have a president, vice president, and secretary, and voting members. Section 3, we have the election of IEC officers. Section 4 addresses the terms of IEC officers. Section 5 is vacancies. Article 6 is meetings of the JOM IEC, where Section 1 addresses meeting requirements. Section 2 has regular meetings. Section 3 addresses special meetings and work sessions. Section 4, in-service and trainings, which is professional developments or trainings, conference trainings. Section 5 addresses our quorum. Section 6, Opens Meetings Act. Section 7 follows the rules of order, which is the Roberts Rules. Article 7 addresses compensation, and Section 1 meetings, regular, special, and work sessions. And this is in compliance with the updated statutes that in any meeting, all members receive the $45 stipend, whether in person or online if under 4 hours. And then if more than 4, they receive the $95 stipend. Section number 2 is per diem. Section 8 is amendments. Section 9 is grievances, procedures. And then it ends with section 10, which is the disclaimer that the School Board of Education retains the rights and is the ultimate authority in all decisions relating to the finances and the education of the students of CCSD. And at the bottom of the page, Article 11, we have the approval of bylaws where it states how much has been voted in favor, opposed, and abstain on February 28th during a special meeting. We have its motioned, its second, and then the IEC president signs off. Section 2 is the approval of bylaws by the Board of Education. And I stand for questions.
Board members, any comments, questions?
I have no questions, President.
Board member Montoya?
I was just going to say thank you for that presentation, especially the fact that you're feeling under the weather. And I appreciate your time and your patience with us. So thank you.
No comment from me. Thank you.
No comment from me. Thank you.
So the application, I notice on the back part of it has job, I guess, a job description, job announcements. What is all that attached to the application?
Board member Aspes, Board President Aspes, I can answer that. This is Mia. As part of a requirement from the Johnson O'Malley program in Navajo Nation, it has always been a requirement to attach the job description of those salaries being paid out of Johnson O'Malley. As I mentioned in Thursday's presentation, a percentage of positions in the ICO JOM program is paid from JOM. And the job descriptions that you'll see is what's listed in the priority listings. So Sharon, if you could go to page, I want to say page 6. Keep going one more page. One more page. Here it is.
So looking at that personnel listing, you're working for free, Ms. Suentes?
No, Madam Chair, that just indicates that a percentage of my salary isn't coming from JOM, but it is coming out of a different FTE budget, which is the operation budget.
And they don't require that information?
Not to my knowledge, but if Dr. Lopez or Dr. Begay wants to chime in and provide some info on that.
I see a column there that says FTE.
Good evening, Board President Aspis. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I can answer that. So when this position was created 3-4 years ago, it was the salary comes out of operations, and so when we have our JOM negotiations, they saw that even though that this position, JOM supervisor, is not paid from the grant, which they can't pay 100% out of, they still wanted to have her be acknowledged, I guess, or seen as the JOM supervisor. So that part of the grant is coming from Navajo Nation JOM. That's what they wanted us to provide, is just to let them know that she is the JOM supervisor, and just to have her name put under the personnel part, but not to attach salaries, because none of her salaries coming from JOM funding. I hope that helps provide clarification.
Sort of. What about the Navajo language teachers?
Board President Aspes, go ahead, Dr. Brianna.
Dr. Begay, can you answer?
Yes. So with the other positions, like the Navajo language teachers and the bus drivers, actually the Navajo language teachers and the bus drivers, they still want us to put their names on there, because a part of the grant and the educational plan, it does indicate that Navajo language teachers do get supported through PD, and then they are the ones that help with the Indigenous Identity Workshop session. So these requirements are coming from Navajo Nation JOM. They still want a listing of people who are receiving any type of additional compensation. In that case, that's what they recommended us to do.
Okay, and the fringe benefits, what does that include?
We still have to include fringe benefits with the transportation, the bus drivers, and then with the teachers that are doing the Indigenous identity workshops.
Okay, and then I noticed on there a taxation form, W-9. Do you, why is that?
Again, President Aspis, these are all required forms that the Navajo Nation JOM require from us, and that's what we provide. Those are requirements from Navajo Nation.
Okay.
If I could also add, Sharon, if you could go to page 1, it has a list of an application checklist, all the requirements needed in order to turn in an application. And I've checked, marked everything that's needed.
I understand the fact that there's a list of items needed, but have you or has anybody questioned why? Instead of that's what's needed? Ms. Cervantes? Cientis?
President Aspis, Miss Haskey may possibly have an answer to that if she may provide some insight to that.
I believe that's something she can't do. As supervisor, Ms. Cientis, would you know why that's needed? The W-9?
Board President Aspes, no, I'm not sure why that is needed during negotiations meetings. There are certain things that do come up, and it's just addressed as, that's just the way it is. That's what we need in order to process it. It gets delayed if certain documents aren't attached, but as far as I know, it's always just been needed. But at the upcoming negotiations meeting, I could definitely work more in depth about why that is.
Yes, it would be nice to, because I remember some years back when an application was done, and it was very embarrassing when we had a council delegate spot a copy and paste application, and some things, information on those forms we were questioned on, but we couldn't answer because at the time the superintendent couldn't answer, and also the JOM, and it was just because things are copied and pasted, and we're not looking at the details, or we're not asking questions. We're just going along. And as supervisors, I think that's what's needed, to ask why, what is this for, especially on the reservation. So if you
President Aspes, that's an excellent question, and I'm sure that we can try to find out why they're requesting the W-9. As far as the teachers, I would presume, since they're not on here and they're not being paid through here, but they do attend a lot of the PDs, and they do benefit from a lot of the supplies that we're able to furnish them so that they can work with the students and deliver the lessons. So I would imagine that because they do benefit from this funding, that's probably why they're asking for the amount of teachers that are being served and who works with this grant.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. So that not only you learn, but I learn as a board member the reasons, and I really want to just go over on this and make sure that we're not turning in a draft and on the bylaws. So, and then also the job descriptions are, I didn't know if that was a job description or a job announcement.
Yeah, they are the current job descriptions that we are working under, and so the ones that are included are the ones that are getting a percentage of the salary, and then of course the Ms. Cientis, which works directly with this, so that and the teachers, just so that they can reflect and look at exactly how they work in relation to this grant.
Mm-hmm. And then I noticed on here on one of them, the clerical, and then one of the bullet points where it talks about filing and records, and earlier today we're talking about archiving and, you know, making it last. And I hope we can start doing that and not wait on that. That on archiving on instead of microfishing, maybe on newer technology, and if we could start doing that.
Thank you. That's an excellent suggestion, and I'm sure we can get with Mr. Venturina and collaborate with that and see how we can move forward.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Board members, any comments, questions?
No comment.
I have no comment.
Okay, we'll go on to item 0. Report on types of training planned for educational assistance by Amanda Sutherland.
Good evening, Board President, board members. Tonight, Joel Balbasby, our coordinator of programs, is going to present tonight, since he's the one that's been doing the trainings and working closely with the staff. So I will hand it over to Mr. Joel.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
To the Honorable Board President, good evening. And to the Honorable members of the board, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity today to be able to share an update on the training programs that was initiated this January. Next slide, please. So SSO started with this district-wide training programs for our EAs. We started first with the EA rules, an introduction of it, which focused on instructional support, communication, collaboration, data collection, which followed by data collection as reflected by the data that was gathered during that January training. On the same month, we also started with PLC meetings with all inviting all the EAs to join. And this focused on the trainings that are available for them, which is 89 all in all. And they also discussed autism and different strategies. And sorry for the typo error here. It's supposed to be fourth Friday of the month that this is being done, not the 24th. In addition to this slide, I included an autism project, which, well, this one has been on for the past 2 years already, wherein trainings, consultations have been provided. Next slide, please. On this slide, this is just a picture of when we started with this one, and I would like to highlight the overall feedback from the EA participants. Next slide, please. Thank you. With the January PD training on the introduction of the EA roles, 56 EAs participants were targeted, and we were 34 EAs responded. And in that training, we were able to collect or focus on on some data based on data collection, intervention and strategies, collaboration, and communication. Okay, so from here, the blue graph is represented by the things that the participants learned. The red one is the things that they have still questions on, while the yellow one is the things, the strategies, interventions that they can apply after they go back to their schools, or for a specific student that they're thinking of during the training. And if you notice from here, on the data collection and strategies, there were a number of questions that were raised by the participants. On your right side, if you're looking at the graph, it would show some total for those questions, which is represented by the red one, red graph. The blue one represents the strategies that they've learned during that session. And to just point out the number, it's kind of around 45 or something. Well, the questions is around 30. And the things that they could use tomorrow when for their students is somewhere around that number. So with this one, I feel like that the first session with the EAs, with the participants, at least gained a lot and has something to take from that session back to the schools. But planning forward, when I kind of reviewed or looked at the questions, that is where I based the next training that I planned for the next month. Next slide, please. Down below is just the descriptive, what's this one? A description of their comments, their feedbacks. So I kind of shared this slide presentation to all within the school district, so that for those who are interested, they can just click on the link that's pasted above, the one that's underlined, so we can look more, or they can look more into those descriptions. Like, for example, just to name a few, the things that I can use tomorrow would be like schedules for my students, or being able to use social stories, visual supports, de-escalating strategies, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. As based from from the January data that was collected, I focused the next training for them on data collection and intervention and strategies, as shown from some of the concerns that were provided. And with this one, if you noticed, the target 56 participants were kind of decreased. So from here, I was only able to get 14 participants. I don't know if it's due to the weather, or during that week there was a school closure. But some feedbacks from the EAs were that some of the EAs already reached the 80 plus hours of training that were required from them for the school year. Some of them were assigned tasks in their schools. Some of them were sick. Some of them were on leave, and probably more. But if moving forward, I would love to be able to, what's this one? Be able to share or gather more people, or share this learning, or be able to help out with the skills and the questions that they have, because based from the input that they provided, there were a lot, and definitely they were interested. Next slide, please. And down below again is just the descriptions or some of their comments where I got those data or where I was able to get to quantify or to represent my graph. And a few examples of those input that they provided were the things that they learned: behavior intervention plan, antecedent behavior consequence, functional behavior assessment, scatter plot. However, they still have some questions on, I would like more training about different strategies that are effective in the classroom setting, which I planned as, again, another follow-up for training for this month, which is basically scheduled for next week. How to input data, so more activities on this one to be able to provide, to let them more feel comfortable on how to be able to execute this support roles within the classroom setting. And the things that they've learned, ways to best assist in applying replacement behavior, data collecting, and use of the tallies. Next slide, please. And the next slide shows or provide information on the plus delta. Before I proceed to the delta, I would like to focus first on the plus, that the educational assistants are a strong support to students. We build trust and rapport, which is very true because in reality, our EAs in the building most often are the first person that they meet when they come in from the after drop off, and even maybe the last person that they see when they are sent home. So the reality of this one is they really have this trust and rapport with the students and even with the families. Was good to learn how EA was appreciated throughout the country. EAs are important to the school staff. Thanks for the shout out. I learned that this meeting was very good and need more training like this. However, for the Delta, it was expressed that make it mandatory for all SPED EAs. Why was this meeting not mandatory for all SPED EAs? So with this, it would be nice. I would love to be able to gather more participants if it becomes a more mandatory because, but with the support of all the leaders in the district, I hope I'll be able to continue and gather more people, and especially our EAs who wants and become a part of this learning community. That's for the January plus Delta. And next slide, please. This is for the month of February. The plus one again is great instructors, very informative. Thank you to both of you presenters. Great job, good info. The Delta is timing could be longer. So there's also a challenge on the time because the scheduling of the trainings for our EAs in our district is that it's only during the early release for the district, which is in the afternoon of Fridays. And also for some EAs, for the secondary EAs, they get dismissed or they get done with their responsibilities later as compared to the elementary. So that's kind of one of the challenge that that was also recognized by the participants. Next slide, please. So in addition to the trainings that were being provided, the PLC meeting was also started with them and to make sure that everything is followed up and the alignment of the district's mission vision and also what the teachers are doing inside the classroom are all aligned. So we follow this up through the PLC meetings that are being done during the fourth Friday of the month. So we usually discuss strategies for managing small groups, assisting support and supporting instruction, behavior support, and other strategies. The Google Slides, most of the materials that were used in those trainings and PLCs are attached to this presentation. So if the Google slide will be clicked, it will bring you to that resources. Next slide, please. For the next plan of support for this month is the scheduled PLC meeting and the scheduled training, which is on the 31st, and also the continuing vectors training, and then again the UNMCDD, the NM Autism Project. The Vectors Online Professional Development Training is being offered to everybody, and for this one, it helps a lot, especially for those who missed the early release professional development for EAs, because from here they can also access trainings. However, it's a virtual thing. I don't know if we can click, if you can click on the link for number 2, please. Oh, okay. Anyway, this one, I just would like, well, sorry. So anyway, that the link for that is my slide for my next training for next week. I would love to have shared with everybody, because this one would focuses on confirming the significant role that the EAs hold in our district, that they are part of they hold a significant role and hold the key in addition to the roles of what our educators do. So with that, with the symbolization that I placed in my link for my next week presentation, it would focus more on being able, the role in opening the door toward different possibilities as a support person or as an EA in our district. And for now, that is my update. Thank you for this opportunity, and for questions, if you have any other questions.
Yes, board members, any comments, questions?
I have no questions, just a comment.
Go ahead, board member Montoya.
So I appreciate the information and the fact that we're providing that for them, because quite often, for the longest time, their services have been overlooked, and the importance of that service as well. So again, as I said last week, whatever we can do to help lift them up and provide even more support in that classroom is a benefit to our students. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Any other questions, board members? Comments?
No, I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, we thank you for your report, and I have no questions. Everything, there's a lot to take in, so looking at each slide, there's a lot, but I have no questions.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and to the members of the board for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you, board.
Okay, we'll go on to 5, which is consent items, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. So that was item T, which is tabled, and that was the only thing that was pulled. Do we need a revote? Okay, so what's that?
Madam President,
Okay, go ahead, Secretary Wells.
I move that we accept the agenda as read with the exception of item T, was it, which has been tabled?
Yeah, T as in Tony.
I second.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call. Vice President Husky,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George, Board Member George, Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
Doing a vote on the the item T and the items pulled for the consent from the consent agenda.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a vote, no vote from Board Member George. Okay, and so now we.
How do you vote, Madam Secretary or Madam President?
Go ahead.
How do you vote, Madam President?
Oh, yes. I forgot me. I think that's when I coughed. Thank you, Secretary Wells. Okay,
You're welcome.
so we're on item 7, executive session. A, convene an executive session to discuss limited personnel matters regarding admin leave as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1H2 of the New Mexico Opens Meetings Act. Item B, reconvene an open session stated. I guess I'll read that later. So
I motion to convene an executive session.
I second that motion.
okay, so we'll go up for a vote. Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Board Member George. Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
We reconvene in open session.
I second.
Let me read the paragraph.
Okay. Go ahead. I
Item
jumped the gun,
B,
sorry.
reconvene in open session stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discuss limited personnel matters regarding administrative leave as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Madam
Can I get a
Chairman,
motion?
I make a motion that we reconvene in open session.
I second.
Okay, vote. Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So the next item is 8, requested action items and or reports for next meeting. And we'll go with Board Member Montoya.
Have nothing at this time.
Board Member George.
Right now, nothing.
Secretary Wells.
I have nothing.
Vice President Haskell.
I would like to get information on the graduation, if there's, how that's going with all our seniors expected to graduate. If not, where are they? What's the situation from all our high schools?
Are you done?
I think that was all I had. I'll have to remember, but thank you.
Okay. And for my list, I would like clarification or interpretation of the House bill that was, well, actually, technically, they're not passed until governor signs them. So by then, by next month, it should be signed, right, Ms. Chappelle? So that would be on transportation and how that's going to affect us, and also the House bill that that you talked about the extended hours. And
Would you like us, board president and board members, to draft a letter to the governor urging her not to sign that bill for cultural reasons?
for House Bill 134, yes.
Yes, the restroom bill.
I vote yes.
And I'd also like to discuss next month about handrails in our gyms to make sure that all our basketball gyms have handrails. And also each gym, high school gym, to look at bettering and making it safer, our concession areas. And that's it. Is there any more items, board members?
I don't think I have anything else. If I do, I'll email, but thank you. No.
Okay. So we'll go to item 9, plus and deltas. Plus and deltas from board members. Board member Montoya?
I have nothing.
Board member George?
I have nothing.
Secretary Wells?
I don't have anything either.
Vice President Haskey?
Plus, I think that we cover a lot of good information. I like the dialogue. I appreciate all the information we've been receiving from the schools about our students, their progress, the opportunities that have been created, about the language, culture, the programs that we have. I think I feel that we're moving forward. I think that's a huge plus. And the advocacy that's taking place, the opportunities that are being brought forth. So I think those are a lot of pluses. The delta we ran over, but hopefully we'll do better with time. But I think we covered a lot of things. Thank you.
Yes. For myself, the pluses were everybody's input, including our audience, Mrs. Lowe, Carmelita Lowe, and I gave her the floor to speak and to about the bilingual because I feel that she's been here more than once and then also joins in on Zoom or she's pretty much a regular attendee and if that brings more people to our meetings, that'd be great. So I know that took some time, but I think it's a big plus and the report shared, and I know that we question, and it's only because at both I guess we're both learning, and because in the end our signatures go on these forms, and so I don't find any deltas in tonight. I know we ran over, but I don't think it's a delta. So thank you. Superintendent?
Thank you. Do you want me to give you a plus or a delta?
If you want.
I'd be happy to. I think we had some good dialogue, and I really appreciated that. I thought it was very positive, so thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 10, adjournment. May I have a motion?
I move to adjourn.
A second?
I second it.
Board member Montoya?
Yes.
Board member George?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Haskey?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Good night.
Good night. Be safe. Feel better.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.